Got fanfiction. What if Jon Snow awakened his Targaryen blood and bonded 3 dragon eggs at the wall? If you enjoy this story, please like, subscribe, and share. New chapters drop weekly. Drop a comment below telling me which dragon is your favorite, Ilos, Verax, or Qhorin, and what you'd like to see next. Now, to the story. Chapter 1, The Cache. There were 3 reasons a man took the black, and Jon Snow had at one time or another believed in all of them. The first was honor. The Night's Watch was an ancient order, and ancient orders attracted boys who wanted their lives to mean something. The second was escape. A man with no inheritance, no name worth speaking, no future, could trade all of it for a black cloak and call the trade fair. The third was punishment. The Watch took what the kingdoms threw away, and called it duty. Jon, riding north of the wall in a sleet that came at his face like fine glass, thought that the Watch as a whole was probably some clever amalgam of all 3, and that a clever amalgam was rarely a strong one. 2 days before the ranging, Sam Tarly had said something that Jon had been turning over in his head ever since. "You are not in this place, Jon." "I am very obviously in this place, Sam. We are standing in it." "I mean, your body is here. Your you is not here. Your you is somewhere up there." Sam waved at the wall, which loomed at the end of the courtyard the way a thing too large to contain itself loomed. "It has been since you arrived. I have been watching. I read books. People are easier than books, mostly, because people are simpler. You are not simpler. You are doing something the books do not have a word for. Reading me, Tarly. Reading every man here. Maester Eamon told me to. He said, read the boys, Sam, the boys are easier than the masters and the masters are reading themselves anyway. So I read. You are not in this place. You will not be in this place much longer. I do not know how I know that. I am telling you because I would rather be the kind of friend who tells than the kind who waits." Jon had been about to mock him gently, in the way of boys who do not know how to accept being read aloud. He had not mocked. He had clapped Sam on the shoulder and gone to fetch his ranging kit, because Mormont had given the order an hour before and the half-hand was not a man who waited. "Stop thinking, Snow," said Qhorin Halfhand. "It steams." "My thinking?" "Your breath. It steams." The carrion eaters watch breath. Qhorin did not turn his head. He had a way of speaking through the side of his mouth that suggested either careful tactical habit or a very old wound. Cold thoughts now. Cold body. It was the longest sentence Jon had heard him say in 3 days. Jon obeyed it the way he had obeyed Mormont's last order at the fist, without enthusiasm, without complaint, with the steady second-rate competence of a boy who had spent his life being told that second-rate would be enough for him because he was second-rate by birth. The fugitives' tracks went in 2 directions and then in one. 2 riders had split at a frozen brook and the heavier man had carried the heavier horse north. North, when the world ended at the wall, meant only one thing, a man so frightened of being executed for desertion that he was willing to desert further. Logic that ate its own tail. Jon admired it in a hard, cold way. The third reason for taking the black, he thought. Punishment that the punished kept administering to themselves long after their wardens had stopped paying attention. Qhorin reined up. He sat his horse like a thing weighted to the saddle, neither sloppy nor formal, the way a soldier sits when he has been a soldier long enough that the saddle is the body. "There," he said. Jon followed his glove. A line of darker gray against the pale gray. Smoke. No, vapor. Something warmer than ice exhaling into something colder than air. Hot spring. This high. Qhorin almost smiled. The almost was the smile. Maybe. Maybe a man burning what wood he stole. Burned wood doesn't steam like that. No, Qhorin said. It doesn't. They went down toward it, slow, the horses unhappy. Ghost came out of the white as if he had been part of the white, which was a habit Jon had stopped trying to discourage. The dire wolf paced a wide arc to their left, ears forward, mouth shut. Jon watched the wolf's gait. Whatever was making the vapor, Ghost did not consider it food, did not consider it threat, considered it, what was the word, interesting. Dire wolves were not supposed to find anything interesting. They found things meat or not meat. Ghost was a poor wolf in this respect, and a useful one. The vapor came from a crack in the ice. It was not a wide crack. A man could put his arm into it up to the shoulder and still have ice on either side. But it was deep, and it ran at an angle into the side of a low rise that, from any distance, would have read as nothing more than a wind-cut shadow. Snow had filled the upper lip of the crack. Wind had carved the snow. The vapor, thin, almost shy, escaped from below. "Don't put your face to it," Qhorin said. "I wasn't going to." "You were thinking about it." Jon crouched a careful arm's length back. The cold around the crack was a different cold. The cold around the crack had a shape. He could not have explained the difference if he had been asked, and he had been raised by Catelyn Stark not to ask questions whose answers would be inconvenient, so he did not ask himself either. "Is this a place?" he said. Qhorin looked at him. "Is what a place?" "This." Jon gestured at the crack, at the rise, at the carved-by-wind snow that might not have been entirely carved by wind. "Is it, there are stories. The first men buried things in the ice. Not graves. Other things." "Stories," Qhorin said, the word doing a lot of work. "Maester Aemon told me one once. He said the wall was not the only thing the builder built. The watch teaches the new boys a great many stories. Most of them are wrong on purpose. To keep the boys polite." Qhorin had stopped looking at the crack. He was looking around, in the slow even way of a man who knew exactly which direction a white would come from if a white were going to come. "We will look. We will not stay." The fugitives ran north. They did not run here. There is no smoke and no horse. Whatever this is, it has been waiting before us and will wait after. That's a strange thing to say of a hole in the ice. It is a strange hole. They tied the horses. Ghost sat at the head of the crack as if he had been told to. Qhorin took the rope. Jon went down first because he was the smaller man and because Qhorin would not be answering to anyone if the rope cut and Jon would be answering to no one if he died, which was, Jon thought, a tidy little arrangement of incentives. The crack widened below the surface. The vapor was not vapor, it was air leaving a chamber that was warmer than the chamber should have been. 12 feet down the rope, Jon's boots touched stone. Stone, this far north, this deep in the ice. He stood very still. "Floor," he called up. "Floor of what?" "Stone." Jon ran a glove over it. "Cut stone." "Joints." "There's a wall." "Curved." "Worked stone." "This is, Halfhand, this is built." A silence. Then Qhorin's voice, dry as old leather, "Don't touch anything. You aren't coming down." "I am coming down. I am telling you what to do while I do it." Jon, in the half-dark, allowed himself a smile. The thing about Qhorin's terseness was that you could read affection into it if you were the kind of fool who needed to. Jon was not that kind of fool. He read it anyway. The light, when Qhorin struck a fire stick, was bad and yellow and enough. Jon turned in a slow circle. The chamber was round, perhaps 15 paces across, the ceiling low enough that Qhorin had to dip his head when he moved. The walls were stone, granite, white-veined, joined so cleanly that Jon could not see mortar. There was no mortar. The stones had been cut to fit and pressure alone held them. The floor had a single mark on it, deep carved, the size of a horse's flank, a tree. 5 pointed leaves. A weirwood. "Builder's mark," Qhorin said. Jon's mouth was dry. It was not the cold drying it. Brandon's? Brandon's, or one of his masons. The first men did not sign their work often. When they did, this was the sign. A weirwood under the ice. A weirwood under the wall. Qhorin lifted the fire stick higher. The wall sits where it sits because of what is under it. That is in the histories. The maesters take that part out and put in stories about giants and the builders' clever fingers, because giants are easier to teach than geology. But the wall is on a line. The line is the line. There are places under the line. Some of the places are doors. Some are not. This, he turned the light. This is not a door. This is a cellar. A cellar for what? The fire stick caught the back of the chamber. There was a niche in the back wall. The niche had a sill of black stone. On the sill, in a row, 3 eggs. They were the size of a man's 2 cupped hands. They were stone, looked like stone, sat like stone, did not move like stone, did not move at all, and they were colored. The first was pale, almost cream, threaded with gray and silver veins like frost on a windowpane. The second was deep red over black, the red showing only at certain angles, like coals beneath ash. The third was gold and bronze. Pollen on a copper coin. The kind of color that would look like nothing at noon and like a small sun by torchlight. Jon had been a boy long enough to know what dragon eggs were supposed to look like in stories. The Targaryens had lost the last one 100 years before he was born. Or so the maesters wrote. Maesters wrote a great many things. Halfhand, he said, in a voice more careful than he meant. I see them. Are they look like what they look like. They look like, don't. Jon shut his mouth. He had asked the wrong sort of question and gotten the right sort of answer, and what was being asked of him now was to think before he spoke. Thinking before speaking was a Stark virtue. He used it. The cellar had been built specifically to hold the niche. The niche had been built specifically to hold 3. Brandon the builder, the history said, had raised the wall against the long night with the help of giants and dragons and the children of the forest and any other thing he could put his hands on, and most of these stories were the kind of stories you told children at midwinter when the children needed a lullaby with teeth. But men did not build round cellars under ice shelves to store nothing. Men built round cellars to put something in them. Specifically, men built round cellars under shielding ice and weirwood marks to put something in them that needed to be hidden, kept, and remembered. 3 of something, in a row, in a niche cut to receive 3. A contingency, Jon said. The word came out before he had finished the thought. He left them as a contingency. Qhorin looked at him. The fire stick made his face look kind, which was a lie of light. Say that again, Snow. He raised the wall, but he did not trust the wall. He left these because he knew, or feared, the wall would not be enough by itself. If the long night came again he wanted them. He wanted, Jon's hand had risen toward the eggs without permission. He pulled it back. He wanted them to wake. And whose blood does it take, said Qhorin, to wake a thing like that? Jon did not answer. The answer was obvious. The answer also did not apply to him. He was Ned Stark's bastard. A bastard did not have Targaryen blood, by and large, and the bastards of Ned Stark in particular did not have Targaryen blood, because Ned Stark had been a man whose entire reputation rested on never doing the kind of thing that would lead to Targaryen blood in his children. The Watch's recruits made a small joke of this in the training yard. Lord Eddard's name, set in a certain ironic register, meant a thing so honorable that it almost rendered itself impossible. Touch one, Qhorin said. Why? Because if no one ever touches them they are stone. Because if you touch one and nothing happens we leave and we go back to hunting our deserters and nothing has changed. Because there is an order to the world and we will know which order this belongs to as soon as we test it. Touch one. Why me? Because your hands are closer. Qhorin's mouth did the thing that was an almost smile. And because mine are older. Cold hands tell less. Jon reached for the cream and silver one. It was the smallest. He had not reasoned this, his hand had reasoned for him. The egg was cold. Stone cold. A weight that pressed back against his glove the way only old, heavy things press back. He felt nothing. There was no rush of heat. There was no flare of light. There was nothing. The egg sat on his palm like any other rock. "Well," he said, and tried to pretend the disappointment in his voice was relief. "There. Stone." Then the egg warmed. It did not warm the way a thing warms when a hand has been on it long enough to share temperature. It warmed from inside. He could tell the difference because the cold of the cellar around him did not change, only the mass in his palm changed. A slow pulse, like a held breath let out, and then a steadier pulse beneath that. From. He did not drop it. He had been trained, badly and ungenerously and by hand, not to drop things in the practice yard. He lowered it back to the niche very carefully. His palm where it had touched the shell was still warm. His glove was still warm. The leather smelled, faintly, of something burning that had not yet caught. He looked at Qhorin. Qhorin had not moved. The fire stick in his hand made the cellar an oblong of yellow and orange and the rest a dark that was its own thing. The half-hand's face was unreadable, which is to say it was the face he had been wearing all along. Qhorin said. That was all. Jon turned to the second egg. He did not ask. Qhorin did not tell him not to. He laid his palm flat against the deep red shell and the egg warmed faster than the first had, as if the first had been the slow polite one and the second had been waiting. The third, the gold one, warmed before he touched it. He held his hand a finger's breadth above the shell and the heat came up to meet his glove. A sun-warm patch of air in a cellar where there should have been no air worth the warming. Half-hand, Jon said. Snow. What is happening? You are touching a thing that has been waiting for a person who can touch it. I expect there has not been such a person for some time. I am Eddard Stark's son. I should not be such a person. That is a sentence you may want to think about, lad. Not now. Later. Think about which words in it you trust. Jon stood with his hands hovering over the niche and a slow shaking that was not from the cold beginning at the base of his spine. He did not think it was fear. He had been afraid before, on the road to the wall, in the practice yard the day the half-hand had shown him exactly how badly he could be killed by a half-hand who was not trying. This was different. This was the shape of his life, which had been a thing of certain corners and certain answers, becoming, in the space of 2 breaths, a thing without corners. Take them, Qhorin said. Take them. Take all 3. Wrap them. Carry them. We are going back to the camp. This is, half-hand, this is a thing you will not understand if I let you stand here understanding it. Move, Snow. Jon moved. He pulled the fur from the lining of his cloak and folded it twice around the cream egg, then the red, then the gold he did not need to wrap, the gold seemed not to mind cold or warmth, but he wrapped it anyway. He tucked all 3 under the front of his cloak against his ribs, where they sat like 3 small heavy hearts and made his own heart very loud against them. They are going to be heavy on the rope, he said. You first this time. Qhorin moved. At the foot of the rope he paused. He did not look at Jon. He looked at the wall, at the weirwood mark cut into the floor, at the empty niche. Snow. Yes. If anyone asks what we found here, we found nothing. The cellar was empty. The builder's mark we will leave out of our report. The Lord Commander does not need to know we have been in a place that exists in stories he does not believe. And the eggs? Are stories that did not happen yet. Jon nodded. The eggs against his ribs were a temperature he had not known a body could hold without burning. They were not burning. He had not been burned. He was not going to ask why, because he was a Stark and Starks took an instinct for the question they did not yet want answered and turned it into the patience to wait for the question to ripen. He climbed the rope behind Qhorin. His hands were warmer than his hands had ever been on a winter ascent. The eggs against his chest had a rhythm to them now, 3 rhythms not quite synchronized, the way 3 horses' hoofbeats only sometimes match. At the surface, Ghost was waiting. The dire wolf came forward with his head low. He did not approach Jon's hands. He approached Jon's chest. He pressed his nose, gently, with great deliberateness, against the lump under the cloak, and held it there for a long moment, and made a sound Jon had not heard a wolf make before. It was not a whine. It was not a growl. It was a low, sustained note that started in the wolf's chest and hummed through the cloth into the eggs, and Jon's eggs, he was already calling them his, and he noted the thought and kept it to himself, answered. The cream and the red did not answer, the gold did. A pulse against Ghost's nose. 3 beats. The wolf went very still. Then he stepped back, sat in the snow, and waited to be told what was next. He likes them, Jon said. His voice came out small. He has been waiting to like them, said Qhorin Halfhand. Mount up, Snow. We have a long ride. They rode south by a route Qhorin chose not to explain. Jon understood the choice without it being explained. They were not going back to the Fist of First Men, not yet, they were going to a place where Qhorin could look at Jon by daylight without anyone else looking at either of them. The half-hand took them along the lee of a ridge where the wind had stripped the snow to old hardpack and the horses' tracks would not be obvious to a casual eye. He took them through a stand of dead pines where no one would think to look for them at all. Twice he stopped. Once to look at something that may or may not have been a track. Once to listen. Jon, who had taken to hearing the world sharper than he used to, listened with him, and heard nothing his own ears could name, but felt, very faintly, against his ribs, a small new beat, as if the eggs heard things his ears did not, and were telling him. They camped under an overhang. No fire. Qhorin would not allow one, and Jon, who had carried 3 small furnaces under his cloak for 3 hours, did not need one. He had not eaten. He was not hungry. He realized he was not cold, and was about to mention it, and then chose not to. Qhorin sat across from him. The dark made the man into a shape and the shape into a voice. Pull them out, Qhorin said. Set them on the snow. I want to see what they do. On the snow? They are stone in stone walls. We have known that for 1,000 years. I want to see what they are when they are not in stone walls. Jon unwrapped them carefully, one by one. He set the cream on the snow first. It sat. The snow under it did not melt. The egg looked like a stone egg of cream and silver, drawn slightly slack around the middle the way a lump of cold wax looks slack, and as Jon watched, very slowly, like a held breath let out, the eggs shell-colored. The cream stayed cream. The silver brightened. The whole shell took on a pale luminescence that was not light, not exactly, more the way a fish's underbelly is bright when you turn it the right way in the water. Then the red. He set the red beside the cream. The red did melt the snow. It melted the snow in a perfect circle the size of his palm, and then sat on the bare earth that the melt revealed, and the bare earth around it began to steam. Then the gold. He set the gold last, and the gold did not melt the snow, did not glow, did nothing that the eye could mark, but Ghost, who had been sitting at Jon's left shoulder, came around to face the gold and lay down with his head on his paws and his ears forward, in the posture of a wolf who has decided to listen for a long time. Jon and Qhorin watched all 3 for a count of 50. Do you know, Qhorin said, what a man who comes to this place expects? I do not. He expects to die. The Watch has a saying. The man who rides north of the wall in winter rides toward his pyre. The pyre being metaphorical, you understand. Most men freeze. Some are eaten. A very few are taken by other things. None of them ride home with 3 pieces of the kind of property that brought down kingdoms tucked into their cloaks. I am not bringing them home. Where are you bringing them, then? Jon thought about it. The thinking was new. He had thought all his life in the small careful way of a bastard who knew that any plan he made would be erased by a wedding he wasn't at, an inheritance he wouldn't receive, a name he wouldn't be allowed. He had given up on plans the day he took the black. Now there was a plan again, and he did not know what shape it was, but he could feel the shape forming the way a man feels the shape of a horse's flank in the dark. "Somewhere they will hatch," he said. Qhorin nodded once. "Aye. And after they hatch?" "After they hatch I do not know. Do not lie to me, lad. Even by accident." Jon looked at him. The half-hand's eyes had gone the small bright kind they only went when he was deciding something he had not put words to yet. "After they hatch," Jon said, slowly, "I think they will be mine. I think they will not be anyone else's. I do not know what I think. They feel like, I cannot say what they feel like. Try. They feel like I am inside them and they are inside me and the ice between is going to go." Qhorin was silent a long time. Then he said, "Sleep, Snow. You will sit watch. I will sit watch over more than the camp tonight." Jon slept in his furs with the 3 eggs against his ribs. He had not meant to sleep. He had meant to lie still and think and let Qhorin do the watching and, in the morning, ask the questions he had not yet known how to ask. But the heat of the eggs was a heat that was not heat, exactly. It was a presence, a steady 3-part presence that made his body feel as it had not felt before, which was to say it felt like a body and not like a borrowed one. His mother's face, which he had never seen, did not appear in his mind. His father's face, Eddard's face, the only face he had ever given the word, did. His father said nothing. That was a kindness. He dreamed. He dreamed of a hall he had never been in. The hall was high and built of pale stone and the stone was lit, somehow, by light that came from nowhere overhead. There were dragons in the hall. Not pictures of dragons, not statues, dragons. They were old and lean and their scales were the color of metal that had been left in fire too long. They watched him without animosity. He understood, in the dream, that the hall was not in the world, that the hall was the inside of a thing, and the thing was older than the kingdoms, and that he had been admitted to the hall on a writ he had not signed. A voice in the hall said, in a language he did not know but understood, "We have been waiting." He said, in a voice that was not his own waking voice, "I am not who you think." The voice said, "We know exactly who you are." A woman's face, silver hair, a sad mouth, turned toward him. She did not speak. He understood, in the dream, that he was not supposed to know her face. Her face went away. A man's face. Dark hair, indigo eyes, a mouth made for songs. Jon had never seen this man either. The man looked at him with an expression that was 9 parts grief and 1 part something else he could not name. The voice said, "Wake." The voice said, "Touch them." The voice said, "They have been waiting longer than you." Jon woke. The eggs against his ribs were hot. Not warm, hot. He could feel them through his furs, through his shirt, against his bare skin, and the bare skin did not blister, did not redden, did not even ache. It only knew them. He knew them. He knew them by name, the names had not been spoken in the dream, the names had only been there the way a man's own name is there inside his own head without anyone needing to teach it. The cream and silver was Ilos. The red and black was Verax. The gold was Qhorin. He did not know how he knew. He knew anyway. He knew the way he knew his right hand from his left, which is to say without instruction, without intermediation, by the absolute fact of being inside the body that knew. Qhorin, across the camp, had not moved. The half-hand was looking at him. Qhorin said. "I thought as much." Jon sat up. The eggs in his furs shifted with him, and the gold one, Qhorin, the part of him that had a Valyrian inflection it had not had at supper said, Qhorin, gave the smallest pulse against his sternum, a hello-noted hello. Half-hand. Snow. How long was I asleep? Some hours. The wolf would not let me near you. Ghost. He stood over you the whole time. I have not been stood over by a wolf before. I do not recommend the experience. I am sorry. Do not be. Qhorin shifted his weight, very slightly. The half-hand did not move often. When he moved, the move had a reason. I am going to tell you a thing now, lad. I am going to tell you as a man who has spent 30 winters at the wall, and I am going to tell you because it is the only useful thing I know to say. Listen. I am listening. You are not the bastard of Eddard Stark. The cold came up under Jon's ribs. The eggs against his ribs warmed against the cold and the cold went. The cold did not get to stay. He heard the half-hand's words, and the words found a place in him that had been ready for them, perhaps, and the place said, yes. The yes was not relief. The yes was nothing. It was the yes of a man hearing a number that completed a sum he had been making in his head all his life. You do not know that, he said carefully. I do not know it. I suspect it. I have suspected it since before I rode up the wall to fetch you, because Eddard Stark does not get bastards on women he does not love, and no one has ever heard the name of the woman he loved enough to make you. I have suspected it more since you set your hand on the cream egg in the cellar and the egg said yes. I suspect it most now, watching you sit up out of a Valyrian dream with your wolf at your shoulder and the names of 3 dragons in your mouth that I have not given you. I do not know it. I will not say I know it. I will say, when we get back to the wall, do not say it to anyone. Not to the Lord Commander. Not to your friend the fat boy. Not to Maester Aemon, although Maester Aemon will know. He always knew. Aemon. Aemon, said Qhorin, is a Targaryen. The last one in this realm, until you, perhaps. Jon did not answer this. He did not have words for it. He had 3 eggs against his ribs and a wolf at his back and a cold dawn coming up over the lee of a ridge and the entirety of his idea of himself reorganizing, very quickly, like a deck of cards being thrown into a wind. Half-hand. Snow. Why are you telling me this? Qhorin's almost smile, this time, was almost a smile. Because I am about to tell you something else. And I want the something else to land. Tell me. You will not be coming back to the watch. The wind in the dead pines. The breath of a horse. The slow exhaling of 3 eggs against his ribs. I took an oath. You took it as a boy. You will be released from it. Released by whom? By circumstance, Qhorin said. The first circumstance is that you cannot be a man of the watch and the rider of 3 dragons. The watch will not survive the dragons and the dragons will not survive the watch. The second is that the Lord Commander will not release you, and so we will arrange a circumstance in which the Lord Commander is not asked. The third is that I have ridden long enough to know what a man's first duty is when his first duty changes, and your first duty has changed, and I am old, and tired, and I have one good fight left in me, and I would rather spend it on the road that gets you free than the road that gets us back to Castle Black with your eggs in your saddlebag. You will not be returning either, then. I did not say that. You implied it. I implied it. I am implying it. I will not survive this winter, Snow. I have known that since the harvest. I have a cough I am not telling Mormont about. I have a cough I am not telling you about. I will tell you about it only this once, and only because the cough is the reason I will spend my last fight on you and not on a deserter not worth spending it on. Half-hand. Listen, lad. I am listening. When we ride back, ride beside me. We will not go to the fist. We will go west, toward the Frostfangs, and I will give you to Mance Raider. Mance is the king beyond the wall. He is. Mance has known me a long time. Mance owes me a favor I have not called in. I am going to call it in. I am going to give him you, and your wolf, and your 3 dragons, and I am going to tell him to keep you until you are ready, and then to follow you when you are. Mance is a deserter. Mance is a king. The two things are not the same. The watch will tell you they are. The watch is wrong. Qhorin looked at him a long moment. You may have noticed by now, lad, that I am not a man given to long speeches. This is the longest I have given in 20 years. It will be the last. Take it with the rest of what you carry. Sleep, if you can. We ride at first light. Jon did not sleep again. He lay in his furs with 3 small heartbeats against his ribs, a wolf at his shoulder, an old man across a dead campfire who had just reordered the world for him in fewer words than a maester would have used for a paragraph, and he thought, in the very quiet and very surprised back of his mind, in a register he did not know he had, I know nothing of dragons. It was not true. He had not known it 5 days ago. He knew, now, 3 things, that they had been waiting, that they were his, and that, by some accident of blood he had not chosen and a contingency older than the wall, he was going to have to learn the rest. The cream egg pulsed once against his ribs. Ilos, said the part of his head that had a Valyrian inflection. Ilos says hello. Hello, Jon Snow whispered into the dark. Hello to you. Ilos pulsed again, slower, a thing settling. Verax, the red and black, the one his head insisted on calling the angry one, answered with a heat that pushed against his ribs in a rhythm Jon could not put a meter to. Qhorin, gold, did not pulse. Qhorin sat against his side and listened. He thought, deliberately, of the things he was supposed to be thinking of. He thought of Robb, who would receive a raven sometime this winter and learn that his half-brother was dead, or missing, or had become the kind of man who must be politely forgotten by the family that had raised him. He thought of Bran, who had fallen from a tower and would not walk again, and who, the last he had heard, was speaking less and looking out of windows more. He thought of Arya, who would have liked the eggs and would have asked the questions Jon was not yet asking. He thought of Sansa, whose opinion of him had always been a thing held at a careful angle, and of whom he found, in this moment, that he was tired of wanting good opinion. He thought of Eddard's, face, and the silence Eddard's face was keeping in his head, and the silence he could feel, now, behind the silence, the shape of a question Eddard had never answered and would now, perhaps, never be asked. Catelyn's face he did not think of. There were limits to what a man should ask of his own composure on a night when he had grown 3 small new hearts. The cough started at first light. It came from across the camp, dry, 3 small barks like a dog that had forgotten how to dog. Qhorin did not lift a hand to his mouth. He turned his head into the shoulder of his cloak and let the cough finish him for a moment, and then he came back from it, slower than a man should come back from a cough, and looked at Jon as if nothing had happened. Mount up, Snow. You said the cough was once. I said I would tell you about it once. I did not say the cough would obey me. Jon mounted. The eggs, against his ribs, had changed in the night. They were heavier now. The cream had veined deeper silver. The red looked redder, not at every angle but at most. The gold had not changed at all, and Jon was beginning to think the gold's habit was not to change in any way he could see, that the gold's changes happened in some other register, some pulse the eye could not catch. They rode out of the dead pines at dawn. The sky was not pink. The sky was not red. The sky was the colorless winter color of a world that had decided to be sky and not weather today, and the horses, who had endured a night without fire, had stopped complaining. Ghost ran ahead. West, you said. West. By the long way. Qhorin's eyes were on the line of the ridge ahead. Mance's people will see us before we see them. They will make a choice. The choice will tell us what kind of day this is. Will they shoot? They will not shoot a man riding with the half-hand. They will shoot a man riding with the half-hand. I. Qhorin's almost smile, in dawn light, was almost ordinary. But they will shoot last. Last is enough. Jon laughed, once, a sound he was a little surprised to hear. The eggs against his ribs warmed a quarter degree, as if approving. He rode west into a country he had not yet earned, with 3 small heartbeats that were no longer entirely separate from his own, with a wolf that had seen something he could not see and had decided to stay anyway, with a dying old man whose final fight was going to be him. The Watch's vows had been the shape of his life since the day the Halfhand had ridden up to fetch him. The Watch's vows, he understood now, would have to break against the new shape of his life, and the new shape did not yet have a word. He would learn the word. He had a winter, perhaps, before the word would be required of him. He rode. Above them, the wind in the dead pines slowed, and very far to the north, beyond the frost fangs, beyond the place the maps did not name, something old and cold and patient noticed, for the first time in 8,000 years, that the world had a new heat in it. The patient thing did not move. Patient things rarely move quickly. It only marked the heat, and remembered it, and added it to a long count it had been keeping. Jon, riding west under a colorless sky, did not know he had been counted. He would. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, Fire Made Flesh. Mance Raiders. People found them on the second day. There were 6 of them, and they did not announce themselves. Jon's first warning was ghosts stopping in the path, ears forward, no growl. Qhorin's first warning was ghost. The Halfhand reined up without a word and lifted his right hand from the saddle in the open palm gesture that, north of the wall, meant, I am not reaching for a weapon, but I could. A woman stepped out of a stand of dwarf birch where Jon would have sworn no woman could fit. She was small. Spear-thin. Hair the color of dried blood, 2 braids, a scar that ran from her jaw to her collarbone in a line too straight to have been an accident. Behind her, 3 men, then 2 more behind those, a tidy diamond, the way a hunter spreads his arrows when he wants the deer to choose which arrow to walk into. Halfhand, she said. Ygritte. You're a long way from your wall. And the boy. The boy is mine. Your bastard. My responsibility. Different word, same hand, she said, and her smile had no warmth in it but it had something else, an alertness, the way a fox smiles at something it has not yet decided to eat. Mance will want to know the difference. Mance will know it when I tell it him. She studied them. Jon, who had become in 2 days an unreliable witness to his own face, kept his face still. The eggs against his ribs had cooled in their wrapping, gone quiet, the way a fire banks under ash and waits. Ygritte's eyes flicked, once, to Jon's chest. The flick was brief. The flick was not, Jon thought, a flick that had seen what was under his cloak, the flick was a flick that had registered that something under his cloak was registering. The way a hand on a cold doorknob registers, in the half-second before the brain agrees, that the doorknob is colder than the hand. He carries something, she said. He carries my favor, Qhorin said. Take us to Mance. Mance is in the Frostfangs. I know. It's a long ride. I have ridden long rides. She held his eye a moment longer, and then she made a small gesture that the 3 men behind her read without needing to be told. They lowered their bows by an inch. The 2 men behind those did not lower theirs, which Jon found, in the careful inventorying part of his head, instructive. Ygritte did not yet trust her own arrows. Ride between us, she said. If your boy bolts I'll put a shaft in his shoulder, not his throat. I'd prefer not to. If your boy is what I'm starting to think he might be, I won't, even if he bolts. Mance can decide. He won't bolt, Qhorin said. Jon, who had never bolted in his life and was not about to start, said nothing. The eggs against his ribs gave a small synchronous pulse, 3 beats, the gold a half-beat behind. Oren. Oren the listener. Oren, the part of his head insisted, has just heard something he liked. Ygritte laughed. Halfhand, she said, your boy's got a sound on him. You hear that, lads? The boy's got a sound. The men did not answer. They were not the kind of men who answered jokes from women they were afraid of. They rode west. Qhorin coughed once on the 3rd evening and twice on the 4th and 3 times on the 5th, and Jon stopped counting on the 6th because counting did not help. The half-hand did not slow. He did not eat less. He did not let anyone watch him cough, except Jon, who watched him cough because Jon did not look away from things that were happening in front of him, and a man dying slowly was a thing happening in front of him. On the 6th night, Jon unwrapped the eggs by the fire. Ygritte had let them have a fire. She had let them have it because the Frostfangs were close enough that smoke at the lower passes did not matter, and because, Jon thought, she had not yet decided what she thought of the boy with the sound on him, and a fire was a good way to see his face. He did not mind. He had a face he was prepared to be seen in. He had also, by the 6th night, stopped pretending the eggs were heavier than rocks. He had stopped pretending he was carrying rocks. He set the cream and silver in the snow, and the red and black beside it, and the gold last, and he sat with his back against a fallen pine and watched what they did. The cream did not melt the snow. The red did. The gold did not, and made Ghost lie down. Ygritte, opposite the fire, sat up very slowly. Her hand, which had been near her bow because her hand was always near her bow, came away from the bow. "Half-hand," she said. "Ygritte. What is the boy carrying?" "You can see what the boy is carrying." "Half-hand. You can see what the boy is carrying," Qhorin said again, evenly. "I will not tell you what the boy is carrying because you can see it. I will not lie to you about it because you can see it. I will not name it because naming is for Mance to do, and you will let Mance do it, and you will not put a shaft in my boy because Mance will be very cross with you if you do." Ygritte looked at the cream egg. She looked at the red. She looked, longest, at the gold. The gold was the one her face went strange at. Her face went strange in a way Jon could not read at first, because he had not yet learned the way a free folk face went strange when it remembered a thing its mother had told it. "Oren," she whispered. Jon's head snapped up. Ygritte caught the snap. She caught it and her face changed again, and this time the change was something that Jon, who had grown up around Stark composure, recognized. A person realizing a story they had been told as a child was not, after all, a story. "You know that name," Jon said. "I know that song." "What song?" "The song my mother sang me when she wanted me to be quiet. Before I was old enough to know that mothers sang quiet songs only when they were afraid." "Sing it." "I will not." "Sing some of it." She did not sing. She closed her mouth and looked at Qhorin, and Qhorin nodded once, very slightly, and Ygritte said, in a voice that was not a sung voice but was a voice that had come close enough to song to remember, "3 eggs in the ice and the ice is the world, 3 flames in the dark and the dark is the door, and he who finds them with his blood in the cold is the man who must answer when winter calls more." The fire did not crackle. The wind in the pines went quiet. Ghost did not move. "That is a long song," Jon said carefully. "That is a piece of a long song," Ygritte said. "The whole song nobody knows. The whole song is older than my mother and her mother. The whole song my mother said was about a man with cold blood who would come north to fetch a fire. The fire would come with him. The fire would be his to ride, and the world would have a chance, on account of him, to outlast a thing it could not outlast otherwise." "And his name?" "The song doesn't give a name. The song says, 'The man who must answer.'" Jon looked at the eggs in the snow. The cream pulsed. Ilos. The red pulsed against it, harder. Verax. The gold did not pulse, did not glow, only sat. Oren. He thought, with a clarity he had not had since Castle Black, "I am the man who must answer." The thought came in his ordinary voice. It did not come in the Valyrian voice. The Valyrian voice was for the eggs. His ordinary voice was for himself. "Mance will want to see them," Ygritte said. "Aye. Mance will want to see you." "Aye. Mance will not put a shaft in you." "Aye," said Qhorin Halfhand, "but Mance is not the only person at Mance's camp." They came to the camp on the 8th day. The Frostfangs were not what Jon had imagined. He had imagined teeth, peaks like teeth, the way a southern boy imagined northern peaks, all black sharpness and white. The frost fangs were teeth, but the teeth were old teeth, the kind a wolf grows in age, blunted, yellowed, fissured with 1,000 small mouths into the bone of them. Caves. Mance's people lived in caves. Smoke from 100 small fires came out of 100 small mouths in the rock, and the smoke stayed low, hugged the slopes, said, "This is a place that does not want to be seen from above." A boy with a spear came down to meet them. "Halfhand," the boy said. He was perhaps 12. He had his mother's eyes, whoever his mother was, and his mother's eyes were the kind that did not look down. "Lad. Mance has been waiting. Aye. He says to bring you to the long fire." Aye. The long fire was in the largest cave. The cave's mouth was the size of a hall in a southern lord's seat, and the long fire was the length of a feast table, and at one end of the long fire sat a man with a black and red cloak, a harp on a stand beside him, and a face that had been handsome in 3 or 4 different countries before settling into the face it was now. "Halfhand," said Mance Rayder. "King." "None of that." "As you say, King." "None of it." Mance's smile, when it came whole. "It's good to see you, old man. You are a very long way from your wall." "I am a long way from where my wall is now. I have not been a long way from my wall in some time. The wall is moving." Mance did not laugh. Mance heard the joke and did not laugh, which Jon, in the careful inventorying part of his head, marked as, "This is a serious man pretending to be a charming one." The harp at his elbow had not been touched in a long time. The strings were dusty. "Sit," Mance said. "Sit, sit. Bring food. Bring drink. Bring the boy forward, Halfhand. I want to see the boy." Jon sat where he was told. Qhorin sat at his right. Ygritte stood behind Mance with her arms folded, watching him watch them, watching them watch him. Mance looked at Jon a long time. Jon looked back. He had been looked at before. He had been looked at by Ned Stark with love that had a shadow in it, and by Catelyn Stark with a careful arrangement of distance, and by Robb with the easy honesty of a brother who had nothing to gain by lying. He had not been looked at by Mance Rayder. The look was new. The look did not measure him for marriage or murder. The look did something else. The look, Jon eventually decided, was the look of a man who had been waiting to lose a particular argument and had just found his loss across a fire. "Halfhand," Mance said, without looking away from Jon, "what have you brought me?" "A boy," Qhorin said. "A boy. A boy and a thing. The thing first." Jon, without being asked, drew open the front of his cloak and laid the eggs in a row before the long fire. He did it slowly. He did it as a man does a thing he has rehearsed in his head, although he had not rehearsed it. He did it the way a man pours wine for a guest, with the small ceremony that comes from the body when the head has not had time to plan. The eggs caught firelight and held it. Mance did not move. A woman near the back of the cave, older, gray hair in a single thick braid, a face that had been beautiful on a colder mountain, came forward without permission and stopped at Mance's shoulder. She did not look at the eggs. She looked at Jon. Then she looked at the eggs. Then she looked at Jon again, and her mouth moved, and Jon could see the song in it before she said anything, the same song Ygritte had spoken, only this woman had it whole. "Mance," she said. "I see them, Val. Mance, I see them. Be quiet." Val did not be quiet. Val was not, Jon would later learn, in the habit of being quiet when she had a thing to say. "The cream is the moon. The red is the heart. The gold is the listener. The boy is the man who must answer. Mance, this is the song my grandmother sang me when she was already dying. The song is real. The song was always real. You did not believe it. I did not. I do." Mance had not yet looked away from Jon's face. "Boy. What is your name?" "Jon Snow." Jon Snow. Mance turned the name once in his mouth, the way a man turns a key in an unfamiliar lock. Snow. The bastard's name in the north. You are Eddard Stark's bastard. I have been told all my life that I am Eddard Stark's bastard. And you no longer believe it. I no longer know what I believe. The Halfhand believes I am not. He has reasons. I have not yet asked him to give them all to me. I wish to be in a place where I could ask him to give them all to me, and the place I wished to be was here. I have come here for that and for the boys. Jon gestured at the eggs, and the word boys came out of his mouth before he had chosen it, and he chose not to take it back, to hatch where they may be safe. Safe, Mance said. As safe as may be. You think my fire's safe enough to hatch dragons. I think your fire's safer than the watch's. The watch, when it learns of these, will burn them. The watch's instinct will be that anything that warms is bad, because the watch has been wrong about heat for 8,000 years. Mance laughed. It was a short laugh, a real one, the laugh of a man who recognizes a sentence he could have written and is gracious enough to applaud another man for writing it first. The watch, he said, has been wrong about a great many things. Heat is one of the smaller wrongnesses. He looked at Qhorin. Halfhand. He is yours. Mine no longer. Mine, then. For a time. Until he is ready to be his own. Until he is ready to be the thing the song says. Mance, old friend, old enemy, I am giving him to you because there is no one else. The watch will not have him because the watch will kill him for what he carries. The North will not have him because the North does not know what to do with a Stark who is not a Stark. The South does not yet know he is the South's. He cannot be alone north of the wall because alone is a hard country and his 3 new sons need fire tenders. You have fire tenders. You have the song. You have the cave, which is a useful kind of cradle. Take him. And in return? In return I would like the use of one of your spears. For what? For the cough. Qhorin's almost smile was not, this time, an almost. It was a smile. It was tired. It was clean. It is a cough I have had since the harvest. It is a cough that will be done with me by spring, and I would prefer to spend its last winter on something other than the road back to Mormont. Mance held his eye a long moment. Halfhand, he said. I would have shot you on sight 5 winters ago. I would have shot you on sight 3 winters ago. I would have shot you on sight last winter and only the gods know why I wouldn't have shot you the winter before. You ride into my hall with a Targaryen prince and 3 dragon eggs and you ask me for the loan of a spear to die on. There is a man I knew, 20 years ago, who would have done all 4 of these things in the same week and called the sequence a Tuesday. I had thought he was dead. He was. He has been. He came back for this. Mance reached for the harp without looking at it. He did not lift it. He set his hand on it the way a man sets his hand on a memory he had stopped expecting to play. Then I will give you a spear, old man. And I will keep the boy. And I will keep the boys. And in 2 years, perhaps, when my people have agreed with me that the sky has room in it for a dragon again, I will see what kind of king the boy makes. He will not make a king, Qhorin said. Why not? He will make whatever the song requires. King is a small word for it. Mance's eyes, light, restless, gone briefly still, went back to Jon. What do you say, Snow? Jon, who had not yet spoken since the eggs went down, said, I say I know nothing of dragons. That, said Mance Raider, is the most useful thing I have heard a noble-born boy say since I was 1. They hatched in the 3rd week of Jon's stay in the cave. The cave was warm. The cave was warm for ordinary cave reasons, a long fire kept by people who knew how to keep one, walls that had been worked by bodies and breath into a shape that held heat, a vent at the back where the smoke went and a vent at the front where the air came. The eggs, in the niche Val had cleaned and lined with raw wool for them, did not need cave warmth. Jon understood that within an hour of putting them down, the eggs were making their own. He sat with them most nights. He sat with them in the way a man sits with horses he has not yet broken, the way a hand sits with a child who is reading aloud and stumbling. He did not speak to them, mostly. When he spoke in his ordinary voice and used his ordinary words, and the part of his head that had a Valyrian inflection translated and sent. He had stopped trying to understand how the translation happened. He had a great many things to stop trying to understand in very little time, and the order in which a man stopped trying to understand was a kind of priority Jon was learning to set. Val came every evening. She did not sit. She stood at the mouth of the niche and watched. "You will not eat," she said one night. "I have eaten." "You have eaten enough for a man not carrying 3. You are carrying 3. The carrying takes." Val pushed a wooden bowl at him. The bowl had a stew in it that Jon did not look at because looking at free folk stew was an invitation to no more than a guest should. "Eat." He ate. "They will hatch on a cold night," she said. "All of them. Together. The song says together. Watch the wind. The wind will tell you when. Why the wind? The song does not say why. The wind will tell you. A cold wind that does not move the fire. You will know." Jon ate. The stew was good. The cave was loud with the small busynesses of 40 free folk going about their evening, and the noise of 40 free folk was, Jon found, a noise he liked. It was not the noise of Castle Black. Castle Black's noise had been the noise of men who did not want to be talking. The free folk's noise was the noise of people who had agreed, by long habit, that life was short and conversation was free. Tormund came the second week. He did not come quietly. He could not come quietly. He was a mountain moving inside a man shape, and he came into the cave in the way a mountain comes into a valley, by being bigger than what was there and announcing the fact. "Giantsbane," he said, by way of introduction, 2 paces from Jon. "I am Jon Snow. I am Tormund Giantsbane." He grinned. "Husband to bears. Father to hosts. Speaker to gods. Tall talker. Mead drinker. I have heard about you. I am sorry to hear that. You shouldn't be." Tormund sat without permission, which was, Jon noted, a Tormund habit. Permission was a southern artifact. "You're the boy with the eggs. We have been arguing about you, my brother and me. He says you're a Targaryen. I say you're a Stark. He says, no, the half-hand says he's a Targaryen, and I say, the half-hand has been wrong about a fish before, why not a boy?" Tormund laughed, a sound that went around the cave and came back. "What are you, boy?" "I do not know." "Good answer." He clapped Jon on the shoulder hard enough to move the eggs in their niche. The eggs did not appreciate this. Jon, who had appreciated very little of the man so far and was beginning to appreciate quite a lot of him, said, "Don't do that again." "They feel it." "Do they?" "They do." Tormund stared at him a long moment. Then he laughed again, but the laugh was different, it was a laugh with thinking in it. "You're not a southern lord's bastard, Snow." "How do you know?" "A southern lord's bastard would have apologized for telling me not to clap him on the shoulder." "You did not." "You told me. You told me the way a man tells a man. I respect that. Also I will not clap you on the shoulder again, because if your eggs do not like it, I do not like it, because I do not like to be disliked by anything that can chew me." He extended one enormous hand. "Friends, Snow." Jon looked at the hand. The hand was the size of a small ham. The hand had killed people. The hand was offered. "Friends," he said, and took it. The eggs in their niche pulsed, 3 beats, almost in unison. Qhorin, the part of his head said, "Approves." Tormund, who could not have heard this, looked at the niche. "They like me?" "The gold does." "Which one's the gold?" "That one." He has good taste. He does, said Jon, and Tormund laughed again, and Jon, for the first time since he had carried 3 small heat sources out of an ice cellar, laughed with him. The night came as Val had promised it would. The wind that night did not move the fire. It was a small thing, and Jon would not have noticed it if Val had not told him to watch for it. But the long fire in the great cave had a flicker to it that the wind from the cave mouth always made, a constant southward bend of the flame tips, and on this night the flame tip stood up. The wind came in. The fire did not bend. Jon lifted his head from where he had been mending a strap and looked at Val across the fire, and Val nodded once, and then she said, in a voice low enough that only he and Tormund and Mance, who had come in 2 breaths earlier as if summoned, could hear, "Now, boy. Go to them." Jon went. The niche was at the back of his sleeping place. He had carved out a small alcove with Tormund's help, and Tormund, who could level mountains, had been astonishingly gentle with the carving once Jon had explained why. Jon knelt at the alcove, and the eggs in their wool, Ilo's cream, Varrak's red, Qhorin gold, were not pulsing. They were ringing. He could not hear it with his ears. He could feel it in his teeth, the way a man feels the deep note of a horn before he hears it. The shells were ringing. The shells were vibrating in a frequency that had nothing to do with sound and everything to do with what was inside them deciding to come out. He laid his palms on the cream first. The cream was hot. He knew, the way he knew the shape of his own hands, that the cream was about to crack, and he was the one whose palm had to be on it when it cracked. He was not afraid. He had thought he might be, when this hour came. He was not. He was, what was the word, present. He was present in his own body in a way he had not been before. The Valyrian inflection in his head said, yes. The ordinary voice in his head said, yes. The 2 voices were, for the first time, the same voice. The cream cracked. It cracked along a fault that ran from what would, on a chicken's egg, be called the top to what would be called the bottom, but the cream egg's top and bottom were not the cream egg's top and bottom. The egg was oriented in the world the way the egg wished, and the fault was a fault the egg had chosen. Steam came out. A small leg, grey-white, shell-wet, scaled like a fish that had decided to be a lizard and had thought better of it, pushed out into Jon's palm. He did not move his palm. He let the leg find his palm. The leg pushed against him. He pushed back, very gently, the way a man helps a foal stand. The shell came apart. Ilo's uncurled into Jon's hands like a thing that had been folded a long time and wanted, very politely, to be unfolded. She was small. She was the size of a kitten. She was the color of moonlight on snow with veins of darker silver that pulsed when she breathed. Her eyes were closed. She opened them. Her eyes were the color of a winter sky at dusk, blue with a black that was not quite black, and they fixed on Jon's face with a focus that no kitten and no foal and no human child had ever fixed on him with. She said, in a voice that was not a voice, "I am here." He said, in his Valyrian inflection, in a voice that was not his ordinary voice and was, all the same, his, "I am here." She climbed up his arm. She was warm. She was warm the way a person's child is warm. She wound around his shoulder and tucked her head into the place between his ear and his jaw, and she made a small sound that was not language but that contained the entirety of a language, and Jon, who had never wept in his life that he could remember, found that his cheek was wet and chose to leave it alone. The red cracked. It cracked harder. It cracked the way an angry thing cracks. Varrak's did not unfold, he forced. He came out of his shell with a snap of his head and a small open mouth full of small white teeth, and the small white teeth had smoke between them already, and the smoke had a sting to it Jon recognized, the way the air smells when you walk into a smithy on a still day. Jon held his hand for Varrak's to climb, and Varrak's climbed, and Varrak's did not nestle. Varrak stood on Jon's wrist and looked around the cave and said, in his not voice, in a register that was the not voice equivalent of a snarl, "Where?" Jon said, "Here." Varrak said, "Who?" Jon said, "Us." Verax considered this. Verax was, even at the size of a kitten, a creature that considered. He decided, after a count of 3, that here and us were acceptable. He climbed up Jon's arm and settled on his other shoulder, and he did not nestle, but he did not bite, and that, Jon understood, was as much affection as Verax was going to give in the first hour of his life. The gold cracked last. It did not crack with a fault. It did not crack with force. It cracked the way a door opens. The shell parted in the middle in a clean line, and the two halves fell apart into Val's waiting palms. Val had come forward without permission. Val could come forward in this niche if she wanted to. Val was now part of the song's witnesses, and Qhorin stepped out into Jon's hands. Qhorin was small. Qhorin was the smallest of the 3. Qhorin's color was gold like wheat at dusk and bronze at the edges of the wings and pale at the throat, and Qhorin, when he opened his eyes, looked at Jon for a long moment and did not speak, in not voice or any other. Qhorin walked forward in Jon's palm. Qhorin put his head against Jon's pulse on the inside of Jon's wrist. Qhorin said, very quietly, in a not voice that was not a not voice at all but a choice to match Jon's heartbeat, 3 small thuds, then 3 more, then 3 more, I am listening. Jon said, I am listening too. Qhorin closed his eyes. Ghost, who had been at the niche the whole time, came forward. He sniffed Ilos at Jon's neck. He sniffed Verax at Jon's shoulder. He sniffed Qhorin in Jon's hand. Ilos blinked at him, sleepy. Verax considered him and decided he was acceptable in the way Verax decided wrists were acceptable. Qhorin lifted his head from Jon's pulse and put his head, very carefully, against Ghost's nose, and Ghost made the low humming note he had made at the cellar mouth, and the dragons answered with 3 small heat pulses, and the wolf and the dragons agreed, in the wordless way of things that did not need words, that they were, from this minute on, the same family of one. Mance Rayder, at the mouth of the niche, took a long breath that he had not taken in 20 years. Halfhand, he said quietly, to the man who was no longer there. I, said Jon Snow, for him. The next morning, 3 things happened in 3 different places. In the niche, Ilos slept against Jon's neck and Verax sat on the back of Jon's chair with his small wings half spread to dry, and Qhorin rode on Ghost's back in a perfect curl, balanced and unconcerned. Jon ate. The dragons ate. They ate raw goat that Tormund brought with the air of a man delivering a tribute and not pretending otherwise. In the great cave, Mance summoned his captains and told them, in 8 short sentences and 1 long one, what had happened in the niche the night before, and what it meant, and what the song said, and what he proposed they do about it. The captains argued for an hour. The captains stopped arguing when Val stood up and recited the song's middle verses, which she had not recited in living memory, and which most of the captains had not known existed. After the verses, no one argued. They began to plan. In the smaller eastern cave, an old woman and a younger woman lit a particular kind of fire, the kind the free folk lit only twice a generation, the kind that was a signal, a beacon visible from the high passes of the Frost Fangs, a beacon the high pass watchers would see and pass to the next, and the next, and the next. The signal was a signal that meant, in the language of the free folk, the song has come true. The signal would, by the end of a fortnight, have traveled the length of the country north of the wall. The signal would, by the end of a month, have reached the then, and the giants in the eastern dales, and the cave dwellers near the land of always winter, and the hard small clans on the frozen shore. They would all, in their separate ways, take the signal and add it to the count they had been keeping. Far to the south, that morning, in a cell of his own choosing at Castle Black, Sam Tarly was reading a book. The book was not new. The book was very old. Maester Aemon had given it to him 3 days before, in the slow careful way Aemon gave him things, and had said only, read it through, Tarly, do not skip the verses. Sam was reading it through and not skipping the verses. The book was a Targaryen physiology text from the time of Jaehaerys, and it had a great many things in it that the maesters at the Citadel had agreed, as a class, not to write down anymore. Sam was reading the things they had agreed not to write down. He had, at the moment, his finger on a passage about heat and the bonding of riders, and he was thinking about Jon. He was thinking about Jon because Jon had been gone for 2 months and Sam had been thinking about Jon every day for 2 months, and thinking about Jon was now a habit Sam's hands had and not just his head. His hands turned to the parts of every book he opened that were about Jon, and the parts of every book that were about Jon were never the parts the writers had intended. A raven came in at the western window. It was a black raven. It had a small blue band on its leg. The blue band was a band Sam did not recognize, because the blue band was not a watch band. Sam took the raven down. The raven was tired. The raven had come a long way. The raven had come, the band suggested, from a free folk ring fort that had been a free folk ring fort for 1,000 years, and had no business sending a raven to Castle Black. The note was 3 words. The 3 words were in the runic script of the First Men, and Sam, who had been reading the runic script of the First Men for a fortnight in preparation for the conversation he could feel coming, read the 3 words, and read them again, and read them a 3rd time, and then sat down on the floor of the rookery with the note in his hand and laughed once, wetly, and then read them again. The 3 words were, "He is alive." Sam did not show the note to Mormont. Sam did not show the note to anyone. Sam took the note to Maester Aemon, because Maester Aemon was the only person in Castle Black who could be told and would understand what was being told, and Maester Aemon, who was very old and very blind and very nearly done, took the note in his hands and put his fingers on the runic script and traced the runes and said, "Where is he?" "North." "How far north?" "I do not know." "Is he with people?" "I think he must be." "Is he with the eggs?" Sam stopped breathing. He had not told Maester Aemon about any eggs. He had known about no eggs. "Maester." "Tarly." "What eggs?" "The eggs my great-great-grandfather lost," said Maester Aemon Targaryen, in a voice that had not had grief in it for 60 years and now did. "The eggs I have been listening for since I was a boy." "The eggs the song said the boy who is not Eddard Stark's son would find." "Tarly, sit down. We have a great deal to talk about. We will talk about it now and we will talk about it carefully and we will not talk about it to anyone else. Do you understand me, Sam?" "I understand you, Maester." "Good." The old man's hand, which had been steady on the runes, was now trembling. He did not seem to mind. "Then begin at the beginning. Tell me what you know. Tell me everything you know that you have been afraid to say. We are going to find out, you and I, what kind of song is being sung north of the wall, and we are going to do it before anyone else in this castle realizes there is a song being sung at all." Sam Tarly sat down at the maester's feet, the way he had sat as a boy at his grandmother's, and began at the beginning. Above them, on the wall, the wind moved differently than it had moved a month before, although none of the men on the wall had yet noticed, because none of the men on the wall were yet listening for it. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Lore Master. By the 2nd year, Verax had eaten a horse. Not, as Tormund liked to put it when telling the story, all of a horse. Tormund had a habit of telling stories with 1 part fact and 2 parts theatre and would not be cured of it, and Jon had long stopped trying. The horse had been old. The horse had been lame. The horse had been donated, more or less voluntarily, by a man named Doric, who owed Mance a debt and preferred to settle it in horseflesh rather than in his own. Verax had eaten the horse, by Jon's count, in 3 sittings over 4 days, and had grown a foot in length in the eating. Verax was now the size of a mastiff. He was no longer red and black, he was black and red, the order of the colors having shifted by some logic of dragon growth Jon did not understand, and his eyes, which had been the color of coals in a banked fire, had gone the color of coals in an actively burning one. Ilos was bigger than her brother. This had surprised Jon at first. Verax was the angry one, Verax was the one who fought everything that moved, surely Verax should grow fastest. But Ilos was the patient one, and patience, Val explained without explaining, was the older virtue. Ilos at 2 years was the size of a small pony, lean as a winter wolf, white and silver, and very still when she was still and very fast when she was not. Her eyes had gone the color of the sky at the back end of a snowstorm, blue with a memory of gray behind. Qhorin was, unaccountably, the largest of all three. He had been the smallest of the three at hatching. At the first month he had been smallest. At the third month he had been smallest. By the 6th month he had been the same size as Verax, and by the 9th he had been bigger than Ilos, and by the year mark he was bigger than Verax and Ilos put together. He had not eaten more. He had eaten less. He had grown anyway. His scales, which had been gold and bronze, were still gold and bronze, but the gold had deepened into something like old coin, and the bronze had taken on a quality of having been polished by a great many hands. Qhorin, at 2 years, was the size of an ox. Qhorin, at 2 years, was very plainly going to be enormous. He listens for his food, Val said, watching him. What does that mean? Listeners get fat on what other people miss. This was the kind of thing Val said. Jon had stopped asking her to clarify. Clarifying, with Val, was a way of telling her you wanted less than she was offering. He had learned, by the 2nd year, to take what she offered and worry about clarification later, when he was alone with his thinking and the dragons were dozing in the great cave with 3 different kinds of breath. Their breath. He had not, at first, been able to tell their breaths apart. By the 2nd year he could have done it blindfolded. Ilos breathed in long slow exhalations, the way a glacier breathed. Verax breathed in short hard ones, the way a forge bellows. Qhorin breathed in waves. He held a breath for what seemed an impossibly long time, then let it out slow, then held again. Qhorin's breaths matched the cave's air, somehow. Qhorin's breaths were the breaths of a thing that had decided that breathing in time with the world was the most useful thing it could do, and Jon, who had begun matching his own breaths to Qhorin's without meaning to, found that he, too, breathed differently now. He breathed slower. He thought slower. He thought, nonetheless, faster, which was a paradox he had no time for. The fire test had come in the 1st month after the hatching. He had not meant to test it. He had been adding wood to the long fire, a chore he had taken because he liked the chore, and because handling wood was one of the few things in the cave that he could do without anyone looking at him, and a log had rolled. The end of the log had been on fire. The fire end had rolled over the back of his hand. He had, and he remembered this with the clarity of an action whose ordinariness had been violated by its outcome, he had braced for the burn. The brace had been a tightening of the wrist, the slight tucking of the elbow, the body's old preparation for pain. The pain had not arrived. He had stood very still with the burning end of a log on the back of his hand, and the log had not burned him, and after a count of 3 he had carefully picked the log up by its burning end and set it where it ought to have gone, and he had stood with his hand out and looked at the back of his hand, and the back of his hand had been pink where the log had been and otherwise unchanged. Snow, Tormund had said, 3 feet away, with a cup of mead suspended on the way to his mouth. Yes. Did you just? Yes. Are you? Yes. Right then. Tormund had drunk the mead. I am no longer surprised by anything you do. I am setting that as a rule. I will not be surprised by anything you do, and you, in exchange, will tell me before you do the surprising thing. That is the bargain. Agreed. Agreed? Agreed. I tell you when I am about to do a surprising thing. You tell me when you are about to do one. We do not surprise each other. We surprise other people. Better that way. Better that way. It had become, Jon noted privately, the most useful agreement of his life. He was, by the 2nd year, doing a great many surprising things. He had taken to walking into Verax's fire and standing in it for the count of 100. He had taken to letting Ilos exhale across his face when his beard wanted trimming. He had taken to lying on Qhorin's back with his cheek against the great bronze plates of his neck and listening to the slow counted breaths and matching his own to them, and having found a way, by doing this, of slipping into a kind of half-dream in which the dragon's senses and his own ran along the same wire and he could see what Qhorin saw and Qhorin could see what he saw. The free folk had stopped startling at any of it. Mance had, in 8 short sentences and 1 long one, told them at the start to stop startling. Mance had said it kindly and Mance had said it firmly and Mance had said it with the particular pitch of a man whose authority did not rest on the title of king but on the clear demonstration of having been right more often than not. The free folk had listened. The free folk had stopped startling. The free folk had, instead, begun watching, the way an audience watches a play whose plot they had been told but whose acting they wished to assess. By the end of the first year, the watching had become a kind of approval. By the middle of the second year, the approval had become something Jon was uncomfortable being on the receiving end of, a slow, deepening, almost ceremonial deference, the kind of deference that could turn into worship if a man were not very careful. He was very careful. He did not let them call him king. He did not let them call him lord. He did not let them call him my prince, which Tormund had attempted once as a joke and Jon had cut off with a look. The most he allowed was Snow, and the second most was, on certain days when he was tired and the dragons were tireder, boy. He had not earned more than these. Not yet. The titles, Mance told him, would come whether he wanted them or not. You can refuse them, Mance said. You can refuse them up to a point. You can refuse them past the point. You cannot refuse them past the second point. You will know the second point when it arrives. How will I know? Because everyone around you will have stopped offering them. They will have started using them as if you had given permission. The permission will be a thing they decided you gave them by not stopping them. By that time it will be too late. What do I do until then? You learn what kind of king you would refuse to be. This, Jon thought, was the most useful piece of advice anyone had given him about leadership in his life, and he had asked Mance to repeat it. Mance had repeated it. Jon had committed it to memory in the precise inflection Mance had used, because it was the kind of sentence that needed to be remembered with its inflection. He thought of it often. The first letter from Tyrion Lannister arrived in the 11th month after Jon left Castle Black. It had come through Sam. It had come through Sam by way of Maester Aemon, who had used a mechanism Jon did not yet understand. Ravens were not supposed to find a moving target north of the wall, and yet a raven had found him, and the raven had carried a small folded square of paper, and the small folded square had read, in a hand that was small and surprisingly elegant, I do not know whether you are alive. I am writing to you in case you are. If you are not alive I am writing to a draft and the draft will be the only one to read it, which is fine, I have written for worse audiences. Sam Tarly, who I gather is your friend, wrote to me a fortnight ago and said a great many things between his words. I have known a great many men who said things between their words. Sam Tarly is among the most artless of them, which is why I trust him. He says you have ascended to a new responsibility he cannot describe, and he says it with the precision of a man pretending to discuss the weather. I take from this that the responsibility is not the weather. I take from this also that it is large. I send you a book. The book is by Maester Thomax of Old Town, dead 3 centuries, who made it his project to write down what other maesters were not willing to. Thomax is a poor stylist. Thomax is a good observer. The book is on the second-story shelf of my brother's library at the Rock and was last consulted by my great-uncle Jerian, who took it on his fool's errand to Valyria and dropped it in the back of a saddle-bag I had thought my own. I did not give it back to him. I have not given it back to anyone. I am giving it to you. Do with it what you will. If you are not the man I think you are, throw it on the nearest fire, where I assume it will at least amuse you to see whether the fire takes a Lannister stolen book any differently than an ordinary one. I miss our conversations. I have always preferred conversations in writing because the silences in them are mine to design. Your friend, in such measure as a Lannister can be a friend to anyone, Tyrion Lannister. Jon had read the letter twice. He had read it a third time aloud to Tormund, who had laughed, and a fourth to Val, who had not. Val had said, he is the small Lannister. The clever one. He is dangerous to you in the way clever men are dangerous, by being right about you before you are. He has not yet been right about me. He guessed you were alive. He guessed you carry a responsibility. He guessed Sam is your friend. That is 3 guesses, Snow. He is on his way to 4. What is the 4th? That you are not Eddard Stark's son. He has not guessed that yet. He will. When he does, he will not say it, he will write a letter that goes around it 3 times and let you reply or not reply. He is that kind. Jon had nodded. He had known, from the letter's first paragraph, that he was being read. He had known from the second that the reading was kind. He had known from the third that he was going to write back. He had written back that night. He had written, in his careful Stark hand, a letter that opened with a thank you for the book and closed with a question about whether it was true that Lannisters never paid their debts only because they kept all their debts on a balance sheet they refused to show, and which had, in the middle, a long passage of careful weather talk that Tyrion would, Jon was confident, read between as easily as Jon had read between his. The correspondence had begun. It became, over the second year, a thing Jon counted on. A raven from Tyrion every 6 weeks or so. Books, mostly. Once a small leather flask of a Dornish wine Tyrion described as drinkable, which is more than most Dornish wines manage. Once a list of names of small lords in the Riverlands, with a single line of comment beside each name. Jon had not asked for the list and had understood, when he received it, that Tyrion was telling him in advance which Riverlanders would bend the knee to a dragon and which would die rather than. Jon had filed the list. He had not yet been ready to use it. He would be, Tyrion's letters implied, soon. The book on Targaryen physiology had occupied Sam for a month. Sam had written a summary of it that Jon was now carrying in the inside pocket of his jerkin. Sam's summary was neat. Sam's summary was 9 pages. Sam's summary contained 11 paragraphs that began with sentences like "Some of this is wrong. The wrong sentences I have marked with a small star." Jon had read it through twice and was reading it through a third time the night the new raven came. It came in winter rain. Rain, in the frost fangs, was the rarer weather and meant that something atmospheric had gone wrong. Rain meant the wind was coming from the south, which it should not have been doing in the 3rd month of winter. Jon was outside the great cave when the raven came in. He had been with Qhorin, who was lying on a broad flat stone in the rain and making no objection to it, and Jon had been lying along Orin's back with his cheek against the bronze plates and his eyes closed, breathing in time with him, when the raven came across the slope and circled twice and settled on Jon's outstretched arm without being asked. The raven was not a watch raven. The raven was not Tyrion's raven. The raven had a band Jon had not seen before, blue with a small red mark, and a tube on its leg, and the tube held a piece of paper folded so small that Jon's fingers, which had grown careful in 2 years of handling things smaller than his patience, took 2 slow tries to unfold it without tearing. The note was in Eamon's hand. It was 3 sentences. Sentence 1, a man came to Castle Black yesterday from the south, a maester, sent by Pycelle, asking after rumors of a flame in the north. Sentence 2, I told him there are flames in many places this year. Sentence 3, he will not leave. Be careful. Eamon. Jon read the note 3 times. He went into the great cave with the rain running off his shoulders. Qhorin came after him, the way Qhorin now came after him. The dragon's enormous bronze head ducked into the cave and stopped at the long fire and lay down with his chin on a stone and his eyes half shut, listening, because Qhorin always listened. Mance, Jon said. Mance, who had been at the long fire with a captain Jon did not know well, a thick-shouldered man named Styr, looked up. Snow. A maester at Castle Black, sent from King's Landing, asking after rumors of a flame in the north. Mance set down the cup he had been holding. The cup was wood. The cup made a small clean sound against the stone. The sound was a Mance sound. Jon had learned, over 2 years, that Mance set things down with deliberate noise when he wanted the room to listen. The room listened. Pycelle, Mance said. Pycelle is the Grand Maester. I know. Pycelle takes orders from the man with the gold, not the man with the crown. The man with the gold, as of last we knew, is Tywin Lannister. I know. Tywin Lannister has sent a man to Castle Black to listen for the word dragon. He has. Then Tywin Lannister has heard the word dragon already. Maesters do not go on listening journeys without being told what to listen for. Pycelle's man was not sent to discover. Pycelle's man was sent to confirm. Jon nodded once. He had reached the same conclusion on the slope. The reaching had not been quick. The reaching was now a habit, the way thinking was a habit, the way breathing in time with Qhorin was a habit. He could think a thing through without effort that, 2 years before, would have taken him an evening. What do we do? He said. We do nothing, Mance said. Not yet. We let Pycelle's man stay at Castle Black. We let him hear what he hears. We are careful with what we let him hear. We do not, and this is the important word, Snow, we do not let him hear that we know he is there. Tywin Lannister's most dangerous quality is his patience. We will be more patient. We will give him so little to hear, for so long, that when he finally hears something he will believe himself lucky, and a lucky Tywin Lannister is a wrong Tywin Lannister. He is not a man who believes himself lucky. He will be, briefly, when we want him to be. Jon looked at the fire. The fire bent toward Qhorin, slightly, the way the fire bent toward the dragons now, a habit of fire near them. He thought of Tyrion. He thought of the letter he was about to write to Tyrion and what it must, and must not, say. He thought of his half-brother Robb, of whom he had heard nothing. He thought of his half-brother Robb's father, of whom he had heard nothing. The silence from the south was a silence that had begun before he left the wall and had grown deeper since, and he had stopped, after the first year, asking after it. The free folk did not have news of Winterfell. Aemon had not sent news of Winterfell. There was no news of Winterfell to be had north of the wall, and Jon had decided, with a discipline he had not known he could discipline himself with, not to ache about it more than once a week. Mance. Snow. How do we keep the Maester's man at Castle Black hearing nothing for a year? Mance smiled. The smile was a man's smile, full of teeth and old plans. We give Aemon, he said, permission to be a great deal less helpful than he naturally is. Aemon is naturally extremely helpful. Aemon naturally answers every question put to him. Aemon will, if I read him correctly, find this an excellent opportunity to practice being unhelpful, because Aemon has been waiting his whole life for this moment and will play whatever part the moment requires. We will write to him. He will misdirect the Maester's man. The Maester's man will report misdirection. Tywin will weigh the misdirection. Tywin will know it is misdirection. Tywin will be unable to prove it is misdirection. That is the place we keep him in for as long as we can. The longer we keep him there, the better prepared we will be for the day he stops being kept there. And the day he stops. The day he stops we will be ready. Jon looked at Qhorin. Qhorin's eyes opened a slow degree. Qhorin, the part of Jon's head that had a Valyrian inflection, said, has heard us, and approves. He inclined his head a fraction, an unconscious gesture of acknowledgement, and Qhorin closed his eyes again. Tormund, from across the cave, lifted his cup. To being unready, my friends. May we be unready longer than the South expects. To being unready, they all said, and drank. Sam wrote weekly. Sam's letters were long. Sam's letters were the kind of letters a careful man writes when he has too much to say and has decided that saying it carefully is the only way to keep the saying from being dangerous. Sam wrote in the small careful citadel hand he had learned as a boy, and Sam wrote in a code Aemon had taught him that was not a code anyone outside the citadel would have recognized as one. The code consisted of the deliberate misuse of a particular set of grammatical particles, and any reader who could read common would read Sam's letters as ordinary letters and miss the second meaning entirely. The second meaning was Sam's real letter. The real letter, in the second year, contained a dossier on the watch. Mormont was being pressured by King's Landing. Sam could not say by whom, exactly. The pressure was indirect, to send rangers further north than rangers had been sent in 50 years. Mormont was resisting. The pressure was increasing. Two of Mormont's officers were sympathetic to the pressure. Sam suspected those two officers of writing letters of their own, in a code they did not realize Sam had cracked. A dossier on Eamon. Eamon was old. Eamon was tired. Eamon would not last another 2 winters. Eamon had given Sam, in a letter Sam was not transmitting, the names of 2 further Targaryen loyalists in the south who could be relied on if a Targaryen ever came south in arms. Eamon had insisted Sam not pass these names to Jon yet, because the names were not safe to pass yet. Jon, reading this, had agreed. A dossier on Bran. Bran was alive. Bran had been at Winterfell since his fall. Bran was not walking. Bran was, however, talking, and talking strangely. Bran, according to a roundabout source Sam had cultivated through a Citadel acquaintance, had begun saying things that the Maesters of Winterfell could not account for, and the Maesters of Winterfell had concluded, in the absence of better options, that the boy had had a vision and would be left to have his visions in peace. The Citadel acquaintance had, and this was the part that had made Jon set the letter down for a long minute, reported that Bran had said, at Winterfell, on a particular evening, the word brother in a voice that no boy of his age should have, and that the brother he was speaking of was not, all the agreed-upon evidence suggested, Robb. A dossier on Robb. Robb had been declared king in the north. This Jon had read 3 times and stood up afterward and gone outside the cave and walked along the slope for an hour with Ilos beside him, neither of them speaking, until the dusk came and Ilos bent her head and breathed across his shoulder once, and Jon had said, in his ordinary voice and his Valyrian voice at once, I know. Robb was a king. Robb was the king in the north. Robb was riding south, the dossier said, with the army he had raised after Eddard Stark's execution at the hands of the boy King Joffrey. Robb was winning battles, the dossier said, against odds. Robb was, the dossier said, not yet defeated, although the dossier's author was a man who knew the south better than the north and had a southern view of how long any northern army could remain undefeated against the resources of the Lannister south. Eddard Stark had been executed. Jon had not known. He had not known for a year. He had not known, and he had been north of the wall watching dragons hatch while the man who had raised him had been put on a chopping block in front of the city Jon had never seen, and the silence that had been in him since the cellar had a new shape now, a shape that had grief in it and rage in it and a clarity in it that grief and rage had no business cohabiting with, and yet they did. He stood on the slope and breathed in time with Ilos, and Ilos's slow glacier breath did not warm and did not cool, only steadied, and after the count of 100 steady breaths Jon found that he could think again. He thought, in the careful inventorying part of his head, I am not Eddard Stark's son. He thought, in the next room of his head, I am Eddard Stark's son in every way that matters. He thought, in the room behind that, I will go south for him. Not now. Not yet. When I will go for him, and for the boy who put a sword to his neck, and for the man who whispered the order to put it there, and the sword they will face will be larger than they had thought possible. I will not go without my brothers. I will not go without my king. I will not go until winter is broken and the thing that comes with winter is broken. I will be a long time coming. I am coming. He went back into the cave. He did not tell Mance about Eddard yet. He told Tormund, because Tormund was his friend in the way Tormund was anyone's friend, without preamble. Tormund did not say anything for a long time after Jon told him. Then Tormund said, Ned Stark was a southern lord. I never met the man. From the stories I'd say he was the kind of southern lord I would have killed and called the killing fair. From your face I'd say he was your father and the killing wasn't fair. So we kill the people who killed him. When the time is right. With the boys, Tormund gestured at Verax, who was on the other side of the long fire pretending not to listen, and Ilos, who was outside in the rain pretending the rain did not exist, and Oren, who was listening. We kill them with the boys. Jon said. Good. Tormund clapped his own thigh, since he was forbidden to clap Jon's shoulder. Good. I have nothing useful to say about grief, Snow. I have never been good at the careful kind of mourning. I am only good at the kind that ends in killing the right people. We will do that one. It will take time. It will take time. Time we have. Maester Aemon, at Castle Black, was meanwhile composing his masterpiece. He composed it slowly. He composed it without writing it down. He composed it in conversation with the maester sent from King's Landing, whose name was Marwyn, not the famous Marwyn, the smaller one, a younger man, polite and incurious in the way only ambitious maesters manage to be, and whose questions came in the predictable order. Aemon answered the questions. Aemon answered them in the predictable order. Aemon's answers were, by all measures Marwyn could apply, the answers of an old maester at the end of a long winter, telling the truths a maester would tell to another maester, and yet the answers were arranged, with care that Marwyn would not detect for at least a year and probably not for 2, in such a way that the truths Marwyn carried south to King's Landing would be true in every word and false in every conclusion. It was the most beautiful work Aemon had done in 70 years. He did not write down what he was doing. He did not need to. He had carried in his head the verses of a song his father had taught him when he was 3, and his father's father had taught his father at the same age, and he had been carrying them all his life waiting for a use for them. The use had come. He had 2 years, perhaps 3, perhaps less if the cough that lived in his chest decided to claim him in the next winter. He would do what he could in the time he had. He would keep Marwyn looking the wrong way. He would keep Pycelle, in King's Landing, supplied with a steady stream of carefully prepared misdirection. He would keep Tywin Lannister, whose intelligence Aemon respected very deeply and whose conscience he respected not at all, occupied with the smaller of 2 questions while the larger question grew. He would do this for Jon, whom he had now seen in his mind's eye a great many times, although he had not seen him with his living eyes since the day a thin boy had been brought to Castle Black to take the Black. He had seen Jon, in his mind's eye, mounted on a dragon. The dragon was bronze and gold. The dragon's wings were the size of small ships. Jon's face on the dragon's back was the face of a man who had stopped wondering what he was for, and Aemon, who had lived 103 years without seeing such a face on any of his line, would have given a great many of his remaining months to have been able to lay his blind hand on Jon's living cheek for the count of 1 breath. He would not be given that. The world did not give such gifts. He would give what he could give, which was misdirection, and time, and the certainty in Jon's life that someone was working in the south on his behalf without ever needing to be thanked. He bent his head over the manuscript he was nominally copying from Marwyn, who was watching from across the table without admitting he was watching, and continued the steady work of being, by all appearances, a very old maester nearing the end of his usefulness. Marwyn made a note in his ledger. The note was short. "The old man knows nothing useful," Marwyn wrote. "Will continue observing." Aemon, who could not see the note but knew its contents to within a sentence, bent slightly closer to his manuscript and allowed himself, for the first time in 20 years, the indulgence of an actual smile. The first flight came in the 11th month of the 2nd year. It was not planned. It was not announced. Qhorin decided. Qhorin walked out of the great cave in the late afternoon, settled himself on the broad flat stone he favored, looked over his shoulder at Jon, and held his shoulder in a particular angle that Jon, by then, knew the way a man knows the shoulder angle of a horse he has ridden 1,000 times. "Now," Jon said. "Now," Tormund said, beside him, and did not laugh. Jon climbed onto Qhorin's back. He did not use the rope saddle Val had, in a fit of practicality, woven for him. The saddle was for later. The saddle would be for the day he had to fight from the back and not the day he merely had to sit. He climbed onto the bronze plates with his hands and his knees and lay forward with his cheek against the long ridge between Qhorin's shoulders, and he closed his eyes, and he breathed. Qhorin breathed. Qhorin was the listener. Qhorin had, by this point in his life, listened to 2 years of Jon's heartbeat, 2 years of Jon's breath, 2 years of Jon's fears and patiences and small strange thoughts at the back of his head, and Qhorin knew Jon's body the way Jon knew Qhorin's. They did not talk about flying. They did not need to. Jon's body went still against Qhorin's neck, and Qhorin's body gathered itself, and the gathering was a thing Jon felt in his own ribs, a coiling, a slow pressing down of weight before a release. Qhorin leapt. The leap took the cave mouth and the slope and the air above the slope in 3 motions. Qhorin's wings opened. The wings made a sound Jon had not heard before. The wings made the sound of a great sail catching, of cloth so old and so well treated that catching was the only sound it could make. The world dropped out under them. The slope went away. The smoke from the small fires went away. The clouds, which had been clouds, became a thing Jon was inside of for a moment, a wet white that wet his face and was gone. Then the air above the clouds. The air above the clouds was a blue Jon had never been in. The sun, which had been small and grey behind the clouds, was up here a thing that made his eyes water and Qhorin's bronze plates flash like hammered coin. Below them, the cloud top was a country of white hills moving very slowly, and Jon, who had thought he had imagined what flying would be, found that he had imagined the wrong thing entirely. He had imagined speed. The flying did not feel like speed, it felt like the world had agreed to go past underneath them while they remained where they were. Qhorin banked. The bank was small. Qhorin was patient. Qhorin was teaching. Jon shifted his weight a hand's breadth to the left and Qhorin banked further, and Jon shifted his weight back to center and Qhorin leveled, and Jon understood, in his body and not his head, that the relationship between his body and Qhorin's wings was a relationship he would not have to be taught with words. He had been taught with 2 years. "Friend," he said aloud, to the wind, in his Valyrian voice and his ordinary voice at once. Qhorin made a sound in his chest that Jon felt rather than heard. It was a sound a cat makes. It was a sound a great furnace makes when its damper is set right. It was the sound of a creature pleased with the day. They flew for an hour. They did not go far. Qhorin, on his first flight, was patient with himself. He circled the frost fangs at a great height and did not push, and Jon, who could have asked for more, did not. There would be time. There would be a great deal of time. When they came back to the cave the free folk were lined up along the slope. Mance was at the front. Val was at his shoulder. Tormund was 3 paces behind them, holding his cup, and the cup had not been drunk from. The free folk did not cheer. The free folk did the thing the free folk did when the song's verses came true, they were quiet. Qhorin landed on his stone. Jon climbed down. He found, as he climbed down, that his hands were trembling and his face was wet and his knees did not yet remember how to be knees, and he sat down on the stone beside Qhorin's foreleg and put his palm flat against the bronze plates and breathed and breathed and breathed. "Snow," Mance said, after a long time. "Mance. That was the first. There will be more. There will. Are you ready for what comes after the more?" "No," Jon said. "I will be." Mance looked at him for a count of 3. Then he turned to the free folk on the slope and said, in a voice that carried without raising, "My friends. The boy has flown." The free folk did not cheer for that, either. They went, instead, very quietly, in 2s and 3s, back to their fires, the way men go back to their fires after they have seen a thing they will tell their grandchildren about and have no use for words about now. Year 2 ended on a clear cold night in which Jon, sitting on Qhorin's back at the lip of the great cave with Ilos curled at the entrance and Verax restless on a rock above, looked north and saw, very far away, on the line of the horizon, a faint blue glow. He saw it for a heartbeat. He saw it again. The glow was not in any sky he knew. The glow was in a sky whose name he had heard only in stories Maester Luwin had told him at Winterfell when he was a boy too small to know which stories were the real ones. He sat very still on Qhorin's back. Qhorin beneath him sat very still. Ilos at the entrance lifted her head. Verax on his rock made a sound that was the first sound Verax had ever made in language, a single low note, a register Jon had not heard him produce before, full of an intelligence that Verax had been keeping in reserve for the day he would need it. The note, in Verax's not voice, was, "It begins." The note in Jon's head, in the Valyrian inflection, said the same. He sat with the cold air in his lungs and the dragon under him and the wolves of his bonded family at the door of the cave and the old white wolf ghost behind them all, and he watched the blue glow on the far horizon, and he did not, for a long time, move. Then he climbed down from Qhorin and went into the cave, and he found Mance at the long fire, and he said, in his ordinary voice and his Valyrian voice at once, Mance. The long night is coming. Mance Rayder, who had been waiting for this sentence for 20 years, looked at the boy he had not yet been allowed to call king and said the only useful thing he had, then it's time we stopped being unready. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The dragon flies south. The Lannister boy was the one who broke the secret, and he did not know that he had. His name was Lamy, 14 years old, the youngest of 3 brothers who had ridden north with their uncle's caravan to trade at Eastwatch by the sea. He had spent the night drunk on a watchman's flask. He had stood on the seawall in the dawn and looked north, by accident, exactly when a black and red shape that he could only describe afterwards as a great big bat that wasn't a bat, and not a bird, and you couldn't say what it was, only that you knew you'd never seen one before, passed across the rim of the morning sun, low over the Bay of Seals, perhaps 2 miles offshore. Verax had been hunting seal that morning, which was a habit he had acquired and Jon had not been able to break him of, and Verax did not, in his head, count the rim of the morning sun as a sky a man could see him in, because Verax's intelligence was a thing of teeth and warmth and not of human lines of sight. Lamy had not screamed. Lamy had been too drunk to scream. Lamy had told his uncle when his uncle had collected him from the seawall an hour later, and the uncle had laughed, and the uncle's laugh had become less of a laugh as the boy described what he had seen, and the uncle, by the time the caravan was 3 days south, had become the kind of careful man who keeps a story in his pocket until he is paid to take it out. The uncle was paid for it in Gulltown, by a factor of the Iron Bank who was not technically employed by Tywin Lannister, but who had a list of subjects on which he was instructed to be a curious man. The factor wrote. The letter went south with a Pentoshi merchant who had, 3 weeks before, taken a private commission from a man employed by Lord Peter Baelish, a man whose curiosity matched the Iron Bank's on certain subjects but ran ahead of it on others. The letter, in 2 copies, reached the Red Keep within 10 days of the Pentoshi merchant making landfall at King's Landing. Tywin Lannister read both copies. He read them at the same desk, at the same hour, by the same lamp, with the door closed and a single cup of unwatered arbor red at his right hand that he did not touch for the duration of the reading. When he had read them twice, he put both copies down on the desk and folded his hands. He did not call for his maester. He did not call for Pycelle. He did not call for Kevin. He sat very still and he did the thing that Tywin Lannister did when his mind needed to put a new piece into a board he had been arranging for 50 years, he closed his eyes and he did not move. The piece was, plainly, a dragon. A dragon over the Bay of Seals. 2 miles offshore. Black and red. He turned the colors over in his mind. Black and red was not a Targaryen color in the way Targaryen colors were known. Targaryen had been red and black. The reversal was not random. Black and red, with the black ascendant, was the dragon color of a particular cadet line whose women had married into the north in the 5th century, and whose blood had, Tywin's mind, which knew genealogies the way a smith knows iron, traced the line, surfaced in 2 of Eddard Stark's grandparents on the maternal side. He filed the genealogical note. He did not yet have a use for it. He would. A dragon over the Bay of Seals meant, at minimum, a dragon. It meant, more concerningly, a dragon that had not been seen further south, which meant either that the dragon was not yet old enough to fly far, or that the dragon was being prevented from flying far by a rider who knew the value of secrecy. Both possibilities were unwelcome. The second was more unwelcome, because the second implied a strategic mind on the dragon's back. There would be a rider. The rider was where Tywin's mind paused. The rider was the question. A dragon could be killed. He had read, in the hidden books of his ancestors, the methods. The methods were old and most of them had not been tested in 200 years and several of them required Valyrian steel of which there was now too little, but the methods existed. A rider was a different problem. A rider, if competent, could fly a dragon in such a way that the methods did not get the chance to be applied. A rider, if politically useful, could take the dragon places where killing it would be a worse outcome than surviving it. Tywin had not, in 15 years, said the word dragon with weight in his own mind. He said it now. Dragon, he said aloud, in his cell of an office, to no one. The word, in his own voice, was unfamiliar. The word had not been a word in the realm's strategic vocabulary for 150 years. He noted, in the careful inventorying part of his head, that the word would now have to be returned to the vocabulary. He noted that the returning would have consequences. He noted that the consequences could be made, with sufficient care, to favor House Lannister. He noted, in a register colder than the one in which he had noted the previous three things, that the consequences could not be made to favor any other house in the realm, that whoever brought the dragon south had brought, with the dragon, the end of the present arrangement of the kingdoms, and that the question for House Lannister was not whether the present arrangement would end but whether House Lannister would be standing at the end of it, and what House Lannister would be standing on. He opened his eyes. He took up his cup. He drank. He drank slowly, because Tywin Lannister never drank quickly. He drank as a man who had decided that wine, like time, was something to be administered. He summoned Qhorin. He did not summon Cersei. "You will go north," Tywin said. Qhorin, who had stood to attention since the door closed behind him, did not sit. Tywin had not invited him to sit, and Qhorin understood the absence of invitation as the absence of invitation. "How far north?" "Castle Black." "For what?" "For listening." Tywin pushed one of the two copies across the desk. "There has been a sighting." "The sighting may be nothing. The sighting may be everything. Either way the sighting is in my hand and I will not have it in any other hand. Pycelle's man is at Castle Black. Pycelle's man is not enough. Pycelle's man writes well and observes badly. You will go to Castle Black. You will not announce that you have come. You will be a guest of the Lord Commander on a matter of supplies. You will, while you are a guest of the Lord Commander, be very polite to Maester Aemon, who is, I remind you, a Targaryen, although a very old and very blind one. You will be impolite, in the careful way you are impolite, to anyone Aemon seems to be protecting." Qhorin read the letter. He read it twice. He set it down. "If this is what it appears to be." "It is." "Tywin." "Qhorin. What do you want me to do if it is?" "I want you to come back with names. The names of who is on the dragon. The names of who is around the dragon. The names of who, in the realm, is going to take the dragon's side when the dragon comes south, which it will, in a year, perhaps two. The dragons of the Targaryens used to have 150 names of supporters before they came south. We will know the names this time before they know we know. And if they kill me at Castle Black. They will not kill you at Castle Black. The Watch has not killed a Lannister in 8,000 years. Mormont is a man of vows. Aemon is a man of vows. No one at Castle Black will kill you. They will lie to you, very carefully, but they will not kill you. They will lie to me. They will. You will be alert for it. The lies will be useful, even when they are not true. Where they choose to lie will tell you where the truth is." Qhorin stood a long moment. Tywin did not push him. Tywin pushed his brother in conversation only when his brother needed pushing, and his brother had never needed pushing on a thing his brother had agreed to do. "I will go," Qhorin said. "You will go. How long?" 2 months at the wall. 6 months returning. I want you back before the first thaw. And the boy on the dragon. The boy on the dragon, Tywin said, will, by the time you are back, be 8 years old in his rider's career and 3 years old in the world's notice of him. I will know his name before he knows mine. I will know what he wants before he knows what he wants. He is a boy. Boys are predictable. He will not know yet that he is predictable. We will use the months we have. And his dragons. His dragons are a separate problem. We will solve them in their order. Kevin nodded once and left. Tywin sat at the desk a long time after Kevin was gone. He did not move. He drank no more wine. He thought, in the slow careful way of a man who had decided not to sleep that night, about a child he had never met, on a dragon he had not yet seen, with a name that was almost certainly false and a parentage that was almost certainly remarkable, and he allowed himself, for one breath, the indulgence of a question he had not asked in 50 years. What will I do, he asked himself, if the boy is better at this than I am? He answered the question, and the answer was, I will adjust. Then he closed the question and went on with the planning, because the question was not a question he intended to answer in any other way. At the Frostfangs, the free folk gathered. They had been gathering all year. They had begun gathering before Mance had told them to. They had gathered the way any species of animal gathers when an ancient instinct in their bones told them that the country they had lived in for 40 generations was about to stop being the country they could live in 2s and 3s and 10s, in long slow caravans down out of the high passes, in sledges over ice, in fishing boats along the coast, in clans that had not spoken to each other in 100 years coming around the same fire and discovering that the words they had used to swear by their hatred had been the same words their grandmothers had used. By midsummer of the third year there were 60,000 of them in the foothills. By the autumn there were 90,000. By winter there were 104,000, and Tormund had stopped counting because he had run out of fingers a long time before and had decided, in the way Tormund decided things, that any number large enough to be worth knowing was a number too large to be useful in the precise. Jon flew over them on Qhorin once a fortnight. He did not fly low. He did not fly close. He flew at a height where his shape was unmistakable and his nearness was not, and he had learned, in 2.5 years, that the most powerful thing a king could do for an army was be visible at a distance and unavailable in person, that being available in person was a way of becoming small in the army's eye, and that being visible at a distance was a way of being large. He had not yet permitted himself to call himself a king. He had begun, however, to permit Mance to do so. The day Mance bent the knee was an ordinary day. It was a winter morning. The wind was small. The dragons had eaten. Qhorin was sleeping on his flat stone. Verax was on a rock above the cave, half watching a flock of geese a mile to the south that he had not yet decided to harass. Ilos was inside, lying along the long fire with her chin on a stone and her eyes half closed, breathing in time with the sleeping camp. Mance came out of his tent. He came out alone. He did not announce himself. He walked along the slope to the rock where Jon was sitting with a cup of hot wine he had been failing to drink for an hour, and he stopped a pace away from Jon, and he did not say anything for the count of 10. Jon looked up. Mance. Snow. What is this? This is the second point, Mance said. I told you would know it when it came. It is the second point. It is. Why now? Because Tormund came to me last night and told me, in the kind way he tells me things, that if I do not bend the knee in the next fortnight he will. And because Val came to me this morning and told me, in the unkind way she tells me things, that the song does not have room for 2 kings in its 3rd verse. And because Tyrion Lannister's letter, which arrived 3 days ago and which I have been reading every night since, contains a passage that you should read after I have done what I am about to do. What is the passage? After, Mance said. Allow me to do this in the order I have planned. Jon set down the cup. He did not stand. He had thought, in the small odd part of his head where he had been preparing for this moment for 6 months, that he would stand. He did not stand. He understood, as Mance came forward, that standing was the gesture of a king who needed the gesture, and that he was not that kind of king. He sat. He looked Mance in the eye. He kept his face the face he had been keeping all year, still, attentive, faintly tired, faintly amused at a private joke he was not going to share. Mance, 2 paces away, knelt. He knelt cleanly. He knelt with the body economy of a man who had knelt in his life many times and was not embarrassed to kneel again. He knelt on one knee, the king's knee, and put his right palm on the ground in front of him and his left hand on his sword hilt. The sword hilt was a small ceremonial gesture, the sword would not be drawn, and he looked up at Jon over a face that was very plain in its meaning. "Jon Snow," he said. "Mance Raider. I have been a king beyond the wall for 19 years. I called myself a king. I kept being one for as long as my people would have me. I have been waiting, in the back of my own mind, the whole 19 years, for the kind of king who could come north and cause me to become not a king. The kind has come. He has not yet allowed himself to be called what he is. I will allow it for him. I am the king beyond the wall. From this morning I am the king no longer. I bend my knee to the king who came north to bring the dragons south. I bend it on behalf of the men and women I have led, who have agreed by long talk and long silence, in the way free folk agree, to follow me into this kneeling. I do not kneel because you have asked it. I kneel because it is correct. I kneel because the song has a verse for it. I kneel because you, Snow, are the man my mother sang me a song about when she wanted me to be quiet, and I will not now spend the rest of my life pretending I cannot hear the song. Take my knee. Take my knee on behalf of my people. Tell me what you would have us do." Jon, on the rock, did not answer for a long count. He did not answer because he was looking at Mance's face, and Mance's face was the face of a man who had given a speech he had been writing in his head for 19 years, and there were certain speeches that a king did not interrupt with a quick reply. When he answered in his ordinary voice, because his ordinary voice was the voice that had ridden with Qhorin into a cellar and the voice that had carried 3 small heat sources back out of it, and because his ordinary voice was the voice that had earned what was about to be answered. "Mance," he said. "Snow. Stand up." Mance stood. He did not stand quickly. Jon stood. He stood in the way Mance had knelt, with the body economy of a man who had been preparing to stand all winter without realizing he was preparing. "I take your knee," Jon said. "I take it on behalf of myself, who has not earned the title you are giving me, and on behalf of the dragons, who have. I do not yet know what I would have us do. I know what we are going to do in the next month, which is fight the thing that comes from the north when the blue glow is closer. I know what we are going to do after that, which is decide whether to go south for the rest of my father's killers. The deciding will be a thing I do with you, with Tormund, with Val, with the people who have followed you long enough to be entitled to follow me. We will decide together. I do not intend to be a king who decides alone. I do not intend to be a king who pretends the deciding is a small matter. I intend, Mance, to be a king who is honest with the people he is king over and a king who is dishonest, very effectively, with the people he is king against. Are we agreed? We are agreed. Stand beside me. I will stand beside you. For how long? For as long as you have a use for me. I will have a use for you for the rest of your life. Then for the rest of my life, Mance said, and there was a tiredness in his voice that had not been there in his speech, and a relief beneath the tiredness, the relief of a man who had been the king of his people for 19 years and had been carrying that kingness like a stone, and was now allowed to put the stone down. Now read the passage. He took the letter out of his cloak. The letter was on Tyrion's paper. Tyrion's hand was unmistakable now. Jon had 2 years of it in a box in the back of his sleeping place. The letter was 3 pages. The passage Mance had marked with a thin charcoal stroke was on the 2nd page. Jon read it. The passage was 4 sentences. Sentence 1, I have a brother. You know this. I have a sister. You know this too. They have between them, presently, the only living direct heirs to the Iron Throne, who are children Cersei conceived without my brother's permission and with him absent, and the secret of whose true paternity is known to perhaps 4 living people and certainly to me. Sentence 2, I am writing this in the kind of letter I would not normally write because the kind of letter I would normally write would not, I think, be useful to you at the present moment. Sentence 3, the boy who sits on the throne is not the son of King Robert. Sentence 4, I do not know whose dragon you are riding and I do not know whose grandson you are. I am not so foolish as to write that I have not guessed. I will simply note, for our mutual benefit, that the rider of 3 dragons in the north has, by the laws of the Targaryen succession that nobody has formally repealed, an arguable claim to the Iron Throne if his blood permits it, that the claim is stronger than that of any Baratheon presently holding it, that I am the kind of Lannister my father is not, and that what I write to my father about your activities and what I write to you about my father's activities will not be the same letter, and that I am, on the balance of my interests, your friend, in such measure as my interests are accustomed to permitting friendship. Jon read the passage 3 times. He did not lift his eyes from the page on the 3rd reading. He read it the 3rd time with Mance watching him, and he understood, with a clarity that came from nowhere and took its place in him as if it had always been there, that the world had begun to assemble itself around him in a shape he had not asked for and would not be permitted to refuse. Mance, he said. Snow. What did Tyrion guess? I think you know. Tell me. He guessed that you are Rhaegar Targaryen's son. The wind in the slope went still. Jon put the letter down very carefully on the rock beside him. He did not crumple it. He did not fold it. He laid it flat and put a small stone on its corner, because the wind that had been still would not stay still, and because a man who treated a letter like that did not deserve to keep it. Eddard Stark, Jon said. Hid you? I. So I think. So Aemon thinks, although he has not written it. So Tyrion thinks, although he has not written it. So Val knows, although she will not say it. So I have suspected since Qhorin came down a slope with you behind him, 2 years and a winter ago. None of us have said it. None of us have wanted to say it. The song does not require it to be said. The song requires only that the man who must answer be the man the song is about. You are. I am. I. Jon looked at his hands. His hands were the hands they had been an hour ago. The blood under the skin was the same blood. He could not say it had changed. He could say only that he had, perhaps, found a new word for it. He had been Eddard Stark's son in every way that mattered, and Eddard Stark was dead, and Eddard Stark's son was, by the careful reading of a Lannister who had no reason to be kind and several reasons to be precise, also someone else's. Both could be true. He had decided, on the slope when Sam's letter had told him about the chopping block, that both would be true. He decided again, on the rock, in the wind that had stopped pretending to be still, both will be true. He looked up. Mance. Snow. We will fly south. When? After the thing in the north is done. After the blue glow. After the wall has held. After we have buried what dies and counted what lives. Then we will fly south. We will not go quickly. We will not go in anger. We will go in the careful order Tywin Lannister will not be expecting, which is to say, slowly. We will give him a year of being right about us before we are right about him. And what will you ask of him when we arrive? I will ask, Jon said, for the heads of the men who put my father on a chopping block. I will ask for the throne of the boy who is not a Baratheon. I will ask, after I have asked the first 2, what the realm wishes of me, and I will listen to what the realm wishes, and I will, perhaps, refuse the throne if the refusing is the better answer. I will not refuse it before the realm has been given a chance to ask me to take it. Mance smiled. It was a man's smile, full of teeth and old plans. That, he said, is the kind of king I am willing to have bent my knee to. At Castle Black, 10 days before Kevan Lannister was due to arrive, Sam Tarly was in the rookery with Maester Aemon, and Maester Aemon was dictating a letter that he did not intend to send. It is for me, Tarly. Not him. Write it anyway. Yes, Maester. Read it back when I'm finished. I want to hear how it sounds out of a younger throat. Yes, Maester. To my great-great-great-nephew, in the latitudes north of the wall, in the season after the song's 3rd verse. Aemon paused. He had not paused for a sentence in 50 years. Begin, dear boy. Sam wrote, Dear boy. I will not see your face. I have made my peace with this. The peace is a peace I made the day Tarly came up the stair with a piece of paper and 3 words on it, and the 3 words rearranged my last winters into a use I had not expected to have. The peace is a true peace. I want you to know that I am not unhappy. The dragons are awake and a son of my house is on one of them, and I have spent 90 years waiting for one or the other of these things to be true, and now both are, and I am old and ready and content. Sam wrote. Continue, I have, in your absence, done a thing for you that I would like you to know I have done, although I will not be able to tell you what the thing is in any letter you receive. I have arranged, with my friend Tarly, a list of names of persons in the south whose loyalties to the cadet line of Targaryens have been kept warm in the long generations of cold. The list is a long list. I would not have predicted, when I was a young man, that the list would be as long as it is. It is. There are 2 ravens at the Maester's Tower in Storm's End and 1 in Maidenpool. There are 3 at the Twins, although none of those 3 should be trusted further than the others can throw them. There is a Maester at Last Hearth whose grandmother was a Targaryen and who has been writing me in code for 40 years. There is a small house in the Riverlands, the name of which Tarly will preserve in a separate document, whose lord cannot be summoned by a letter but who will, if a dragon is seen in his sky, ride out under his old banners. The list is not the realm. The list is enough to begin. Sam wrote. Continue, I am very tired. Sam wrote, and his hand shook on tired, and Eamon, who could not see the shake, said, Steady, Tarly. I am tired but I am not done. There are sentences left. Yes, Maester. Continue, there is a thing I would like to ask of you, although I cannot ask. I would like you to remember, when you have come south and the men around you are reading you for the kind of king you will be, that there are 2 kinds of dragons on thrones in the histories of our house. The first kind hears advice and becomes, by listening, a king who is loved. The second kind does not hear advice and becomes, by not listening, a king who is feared. The histories prefer to tell the stories of the second kind because the second kind makes for better stories, but the first kind has lasted longer and built more than the second has destroyed. Be the first kind. Listen. Listen even when the listener is wrong. Listen even when you are sure you are right. Listening costs nothing and pays in the years. Eamon stopped. That is the end. Maester. There is no signature. It does not need a signature. He will know. Sam set the quill down. He blew on the paper to dry it. He folded the paper in 3 and put it inside the wooden box at the Maester's elbow that Eamon kept for letters that he did not intend to send and that Sam had not yet been told what to do with after Eamon was gone. Read it back to me, Tarly. Sam read it back. His voice broke twice. Eamon did not comment. When Sam had finished, Eamon was quiet a long time. Then he said, He will read it. After. The boy you grew up with, John, the boy, he will come to this tower one day and he will open the box. The box will be on the 3rd shelf of my old room. He will read what we have written. He will know what he needs to know. You will see to it that the box reaches him. I will see to it, Maester. Tarly. There is one more thing. Yes. Kevin Lannister is going to come up the stair in 10 days. He will be very polite. He will ask careful questions. He will not ask the question he has come to ask. He will ask around it. You will help me, while he is here, to be a great deal less helpful than I am. You will pretend, when he is in the room, to be a clumsier scribe than you are. You will mishear his questions occasionally. You will repeat his questions back to me with the wrong word in the middle, in a way I have practiced with you, so that I have permission to answer the wrong question with the wrong answer. I have practiced, Maester. You have. We will practice once more tomorrow. We will be very good. He will go home with a notebook full of misdirection and he will report to his brother that the maester at the wall is old and the boy at the wall is fat and the wall is very high and very cold and there is nothing here. We will give him that month. Jon will use it. We will not waste it. No, maester. Sam. Yes, maester. Are you afraid? Sam thought about it for a long count. He had been afraid all his life of nearly everything, and he had not, in the last 2 years, been afraid of any of the things that had been put in front of him. He was a man of catalogues and he had catalogued his fears very carefully and he had, in the catalogue, found that the new entries had stopped accumulating around the time the first letter from Jon had arrived in cipher and had read, in 5 small cipher words, "You would like the dragons. I am not as afraid as I used to be." Good. Should I be? You should be afraid of the right things and not of the wrong ones. We are doing the right things. We are afraid of the right things. The wrong things would have us in a terror by now and we are not in a terror, and that is the only reliable proof in the world that one is doing the right things. Bring me a cup of the hot water, please. The wind is in my chest tonight. I would like the warm before I sleep. Sam brought the hot water. He set it in the maester's hands. The maester's hands trembled. The hands had not trembled 3 months before. The trembling was not new now and it would not, Sam understood, be new for very much longer. He sat at the maester's knee and he watched him drink, and he thought, in the small careful catalogue of things he was not yet afraid of, I will keep going after he is gone. I will keep doing what we have been doing. I will be the maester's hands when there is no maester. The dragons will come south. I will be ready. In a tower at Winterfell, on the same night, Bran Stark was lying in his bed and looking at the ceiling. The ceiling at Winterfell was not a ceiling Bran could love anymore. The ceiling at Winterfell had been the ceiling of a boy who climbed, it had been a ceiling Bran had used to plan his climbs over for years. A boy who could not walk could not climb. Bran had stopped looking at the ceiling for that reason, mostly. He looked at it now because the thing in his head was making him. The thing in his head was a thing that had begun the day he fell. The thing had at first been a series of dreams about a 3-eyed crow, and the thing had at second been a series of dreams in which Bran was a wolf, his own wolf, Summer, and the thing had at third been a series of dreams in which Bran was inside other animals, even animals he had never met, with the easy silvery weightlessness of a dream, and the thing had at fourth been the strange new conviction that the dreams were not dreams but visits, and that Bran, in the visits, was going somewhere. And meeting someone. Tonight the someone was Jon. Jon was not at Winterfell. Jon was at the back of his head. Jon was, and Bran's head, in the visit, knew this without being told, far north of the wall, and Jon was sitting on a rock with a cup of hot wine in his hands, and there were dragons around Jon, and there was a wolf at his shoulder. Bran said, in the visit, in the way one spoke in a visit, "Hello, Jon." Jon turned his head, slow, the way a man turns who has heard a voice from a place he does not yet have a map for. "Bran?" "Yes." "You aren't here." "I am here. I am here in the way the 3-eyed crow is here. I have been learning. I am not very good yet. I can stay only a little while." "Bran." "Yes." "Are you well?" "I am well. I am not walking. I will not walk. I have made peace with not walking. I have other places to walk now. I am in Winterfell. Robb is fighting in the south. Mother is with him. I have not seen them in months. I am here with Rickon and with Hodder and with Maester Luwin. I would tell you more but I do not have very long. Jon. Yes, Bran. I have seen something. What? I have seen who your mother was. The silence, in the visit, was a silence with a weight to it. Jon had not moved on his rock. The dragons had not moved. The wolf at his shoulder, it was a white wolf, ghost, had, however, lifted his head in the visit, the way a wolf lifts its head when it senses a thing that is not yet danger but is, for the first time, present. I am not going to tell you, Bran said. I am not going to tell you yet. I am only going to tell you that I have seen, and that the seeing is true, and that when I am better at this, when I am bigger inside the visiting, I will come and I will tell you. I think you should hear it from a brother. I think Eddard Stark would have wanted you to hear it from a brother. Bran. Yes. How are you? I am all right, Jon. Promise me. I promise. I have a place to go in my head when this place is hard. I have you in the place. I have Robb in the place. I have father, I think, although the seeing of father is the kind of seeing I am too small for yet. Good night, Jon. Bran. Be careful. I will be. Good night. The visit ended. Bran lay in his bed at Winterfell with his eyes on the ceiling and a small slow tear at the corner of his eye that he did not bother to wipe, because there was no one in the room to see it, and a tear that fell in private was an honest tear. In the Frostfangs, on the rock, Jon Snow set his cup of hot wine down very carefully and looked at the place a few feet to his left where, an instant before, he had felt the visit be. He did not see anything. He did not expect to. The visit was not a thing that left tracks. He looked at Qhorin, who had opened one enormous eye. My brother, Jon said, in his ordinary voice and his Valyrian voice at once. My brother is learning a thing he should not be old enough to learn. Qhorin made the small note in his chest that Qhorin made when he was contented, and the small note said, without saying, he is family. Family is allowed. Jon said. He is. They flew south for the first time on the third day after Mance's knee. 3 dragons. 3. Qhorin, with Jon between his shoulders. Ilos, riderless, a quarter-mile to the right and a wing-length lower, flying in the patient glacier-slow way Ilos flew when the air was not asking her to do otherwise. Verax, riderless, a quarter-mile to the left and slightly above, and Verax was the one whose head turned, Verax was the one whose eyes burned in the cold, Verax was the one who was looking south the way a man looks at a country he has been told is going to be his. They did not cross the wall. They flew along the line of the wall, 2 miles north, low enough that the wall's height did not block their view of what lay south. Below them, the wall was a line of pale ice, and below that, the new gift was a stretch of empty country, and below that, further south, the beginnings of villages that were not yet ready for what was coming over their horizon. A man on the wall at Castle Black saw them. He did not scream. He had not been the kind of man who screamed in 2 decades of standing on the wall. He had been the kind of man who, when something happened that was not in his training, found a watch officer who would know what to do with it. He turned. He went down the long stair. He walked in the steady measured way of a man delivering very bad news to a man who had been waiting for it, and he found the officer of the watch, and the officer of the watch, who was not Mormont, said, How many? 3, sire. 3. 3. And the rider? 1 I could see. A man on the great gold one. I could not see his face. The officer of the watch closed his eyes, briefly, and then opened them and said, evenly, I will tell the Lord Commander. You will not tell anyone else. You will go to your sleeping cell, and when you are asked tomorrow what you saw, you will say you saw 3 large birds at a great distance. You understand me, brother. I understand you. The officer of the watch went up the long stair to find Mormont, and Mormont, sitting at his desk with a half-eaten dinner and a letter from Kevan Lannister in front of him saying that Kevan would arrive in 11 days, listened to the news without moving, and when the officer was finished, said, We have a fortnight, perhaps. Send word to Maester Aemon. Quietly. The boy is coming south the long way. We had better be ready for what he asks of us when he gets here. What do you think he will ask, Lord Commander? I think he will ask, said the old bear, for the watch to remember whose watch it was originally, and who built the wall, and what the wall was built for. I think he will ask politely. I think we will agree, if we are wise. I think most of us will be wise. I have been wrong about most of us before. He bent over his dinner. It was very cold. 2 miles to the north, 3 dragons turned in the air and went home, and Jon Snow, between Qhorin's bronze shoulders, looked back at the line of the wall and thought, with a clarity that would not leave him for the rest of the year, this is the easy part. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, Long night. The thing they had been calling the blue glow did not stay on the horizon. It came on in the week after Mance's knee, and it came on in a way that had nothing to do with the weather. The blue line at the rim of the sky thickened. It rose. It pushed its color forward into the sky south of itself, and one morning the sky south of the blue line was no longer the sky Jon had known. It was a sky that had been told to lie down and accept a new color from above. It was, in places, a sky that had been told to be cold to look at as well as cold to feel. The first wave hit Hardhome on the 8th night. Hardhome had not been a free folk place for a long time. Hardhome had been a free folk place 10 years before the song started. Hardhome had been emptied since by a sickness Mance and Tormund were not in agreement about the cause of, and which, by long quiet consent, was not discussed in the Great Cave. Hardhome was a stone fishing village on a stretch of coast where the water did not freeze in any winter Jon had read about and did not, in this winter, freeze either. The village had been reoccupied 2 summers earlier by a clan that had walked there from the eastern dales and decided that an empty stone village with a fishable bay was worth the long memory of its emptying. Mance had told Jon about Hardhome in the first month after the Bend of Knee. He had told him by drawing it on a flat stone with a piece of charcoal, a horseshoe of cliffs around a bay, a small flat ground inside the horseshoe, a stone pier the giants had built in the 3rd winter of memory, 400 families. 400 families, Mance had said, were not a force. 400 families were a settlement. He had asked Jon what Jon proposed. Jon had proposed that they ride to Hardhome and bring 400 families home. He had proposed it on a winter night with the hot wine in his cup gone cold and Qhorin breathing in the cave behind him, and Mance had heard the proposal and nodded once and said, "Aye. We will go in 2 weeks." They had gone in 2 weeks. Tormund had ridden ahead with 100 mounted free folk to clear the road. Mance had ridden the second column, 300 armed men and women on foot. Jon had flown above them on Qhorin, with Ilos to one wing and Verax to the other, in the slow patient formation that Qhorin preferred and that Verax, after some early arguments, had been brought to accept. They had reached Hardhome on the 3rd night. The sky over Hardhome had been wrong before they arrived. The sky had been wrong in the way the blue line was wrong, a color that did not belong, in a register the eye accepted because the eye did not know what to do with it. Tormund's outriders had reached the cliffs first and had sent word back with a rider whose face Jon would carry the rest of his life, white, sweated, the eyes of a man who had stopped being able to use his words for what he had to say. "Snow," the rider had said. "What is it, Hareth?" "It is snow." "Snow, the village." "The village is, take a breath. The village is dead. The village is dead and standing. The village is, Snow, you have to come." He had come. He had flown low. He had broken the formation he had taken 3 months to teach Qhorin to keep, because the formation had been built for safety in the air over a country whose enemies had been on the ground, and the ground at Hardhome was no longer a ground he was capable of treating with any safety. He had flown over the cliffs and into the horseshoe, and he had seen what the rider had not been able to say, and he had understood, in the time it took Qhorin to bank once over the bay, that the next year of his life had just become a different year than he had been planning. The 400 families were dead. The 400 families were dead and walking. They were on the flat ground inside the horseshoe, in lines that were not random, in a slow shuffle Jon's eye initially mistook for a winter wedding dance until his eye corrected itself. The lines were ordered. They had a pattern. They were walking in a pattern that had been imposed on them by a thing he could not, at his height, see. He saw, after Qhorin's second bank, the thing that had imposed the pattern. The thing stood at the stone pier. The thing was the height of 3 men. The thing was made of ice, although it was not entirely made of ice. The thing had skin under the ice, and the skin was the blue of the line on the horizon, and the eyes, which Jon could see from a distance no man should have been able to see eyes from, were the blue of a torch held inside a glass. The thing looked up at him. The thing did not move. The thing only looked. The look was a look Jon had not been looked at by, in his life, by anything. The look was the look of a thing that did not consider Jon a person, did not consider Jon prey, did not consider Jon a problem. The look was the look of a thing that had been counting Jon, since the night Verax had made his low single note in the cave, and was now noting that the count had arrived in the air over the count's prepared ground. Jon, on Qhorin's back, said one word. He said it in his Valyrian voice and his ordinary voice at once. He said, "Burn." Qhorin burned. Qhorin's fire was not Verax's fire. Verax's fire was a fire of fury, short, fast, the color of a forge at the moment of striking. Qhorin's fire was patient. Qhorin's fire was the fire of a thing that had spent 2 years listening to the world and had decided what part of the world it would burn first. The fire came out of him in a long, slow, deliberate column the color of old bronze and pale gold, and the column hit the flat ground of Hardhome at the south end of the lines and walked north, and the lines that had been walking in their pattern stopped walking and stood and burned. The 400 families burned. They did not scream, because they could not scream. They did not run, because the thing that had been making them walk in patterns did not give them permission to run. They burned in their lines, in the order they had been walking, with the blue light leaving their eyes as the gold and bronze fire took them, and Jon, on Qhorin's back, did not look away. He had decided, in his ordinary voice, that he would not look away from anything that was being done by his order. He had decided this on the rock with Mance, and he had decided again on the slope to Hardhome, and he had decided a third time, now, in the air, watching what he had asked for. Ilos came down on his right. Ilos's fire was the third kind, a fire that did not light. A fire that did the work of fire on the inside of a thing without showing itself on the outside. Ilos breathed across the eastern lines and the eastern lines collapsed without flame, in a slow gentle settling down, the way a column of dust settles when a hand pushes through it from above. The frozen bodies inside the white shells fell apart into snow and old cloth and 1 or 2 small bone remains. Verax went last. Verax went for the ice thing on the pier. Verax did not ask Jon. Verax did not need to. Verax had been waiting for a thing he could fight that was not a goat or a seal, since the day he had hatched, and the thing on the pier was the thing he had been waiting for. Jon felt Verax leave the formation in his own ribs. Verax was not bonded to Jon the way Qhorin was, but Verax was Jon's, and Jon's awareness of Verax came up his spine from below the same way his awareness of Qhorin came down his neck from above. Verax dropped on the ice thing in the way a hawk drops on a hare, with the small efficiency of a body that has spent its life learning the angle. The ice thing did not move. The ice thing was not, Jon understood at the moment of impact, afraid. The ice thing was, however, surprised. The surprise was a small thing on its blue-skinned face, a thing Jon would, weeks later, when he had time to think about it, find that he could remember in detail, the slight widening of the blue-light eyes, the very small adjustment of the ice mouth. The ice thing had a face, and the face had been making faces for a long time, and the surprise was the first surprise the face had made, and it was the only one it would make. Verax burned it. The ice thing did not, at first, burn. The ice thing's outer ice cracked. The blue-skinned thing under the ice cracked. The thing in the eyes guttered. Then the fire reached whatever it was that had been making the thing be, and the thing be no longer. The pier under it was a pier, the cracked ice was ice, the snow that fell in the next minute did not have any blue in it. Qhorin banked. Ilos banked. Verax did not bank. Verax landed on the pier with the smoke of the thing he had killed coming out of his mouth and his eyes the color of coals at full burn. Verax stood there in a posture Jon had seen on dire wolves over a kill they had been waiting their lives to make, and Verax made a sound that was a sound Jon had never heard him make, a slow long thrumming roar that filled the bay and bounced off the cliffs and came back, and Qhorin, in the air, made his small contented chest note, and Ilos, in the air, made nothing, because Ilos's contentment took the form of stillness. Jon brought Qhorin down. He landed on the flat ground that had been an army a quarter of an hour earlier and was now a wide field of ash and old cloth and small bone remains. He climbed off Qhorin's back. He walked across the ash. He walked because he had decided, in the moment Qhorin's fire walked north up the lines, that he was going to walk in his own boots across what he had asked for. He walked the length of the field. He walked past the place where a child's small charred shoe lay on top of the ash. He walked past the place where two adult skulls had fused into a single curved shape from the heat. He walked past 400 families worth of ash, and at the end of the field he stopped, and he turned, and he looked at the bay and at his 3 dragons and at the cliffs above, and he said, in his ordinary voice and his Valyrian voice at once, "This is the price of being late." He did not say it to anyone in particular. Mance arrived at sundown with the second column. Mance did not say anything for a long time. He walked the field as Jon had walked it. He stopped at the same places Jon had stopped. He picked up the small charred shoe and held it in his hand for a count of 50. He set it back down very gently. He came across the ash to where Jon stood at the foot of the pier and he set his hand once on Jon's shoulder, and Jon let him. "Snow. Mance. You could not have come sooner. I could have come yesterday. You did not know yesterday. I should have known yesterday." The blue line was on the horizon. We knew what the blue line was. I should have flown to Hardhome the night I saw the line. You would not have flown faster than the thing on the pier. I would have arrived before the lines were finished walking. Snow. Mance. This is not the last village. There will be other villages. There will be other lines. You will be in time for some of them. You will not be in time for all of them. I am telling you now so that you do not have to learn it village by village. I am telling you because I have been the king of these people for 19 years and I have not been in time for many of the villages I have ridden to. I learned what you are learning a long time ago. I am giving it to you now to spare you a year of learning it yourself. Jon nodded. He did not speak for a long count. He looked at the pier. He looked at Verax on the pier, who had not yet moved. Mance. Snow. We are riding to the wall. When? Tomorrow. We send the columns south. We send Tormund's 100 ahead. We pick up every settlement on the way that has not yet been emptied. We will not save them all. We will save the ones we can. We will burn the ones we can't, before they walk in lines for that thing's brothers. And the wall will hold. Until it does not. Until it does not. Jon's hand was, he noticed, on Verax's flank. He had not put it there. He took it away. Then we will hold what stops it from not holding. They did not say goodbye to Hardhome. There was nothing in Hardhome to say goodbye to. They left the small charred shoe where it was, in the ash, and they rode south at first light. They rode for 10 days. They picked up settlements as they went. 5 settlements still had people in them. 4 had been emptied in the way Hardhome had been emptied, and Jon, by the 3rd of these, had stopped walking the field. He had decided to fly over the field instead, and burn it and ride on. He had not become callous. He had simply decided that walking the field was a thing he could not afford to keep doing if the riding was going to be done in time. Mance approved. Mance said nothing about it. Mance's silence on the question was its own approval. They reached Castle Black on the 11th night. They reached it from above, because Jon had not wanted to bring the columns of free folk to the gate without the watch's prior knowledge of who was in the columns, and because he had not wanted to send a messenger to the watch with that prior knowledge until he had seen the watch's defenses with his own eyes from the air. He flew over the wall on Qhorin at midnight. The wall was lit. The wall was lit in a way the wall had not been lit in 100 years. Mormont, who had been preparing for 2 weeks, had had every torch on the wall lit at sundown, and Mormont, who had been writing letters to Jon through Sam in the same coded grammar Eamon had used, was on the platform of Castle Black's tallest tower with 3 of his officers and a single lit lantern, waiting. Jon set Qhorin down on the King's Road south of Castle Black. He walked the last quarter mile. He did not bring his sword. He came up to the gate and he raised his hand, palm out, the way Qhorin had raised his hand to Ygritte 3 years before, and he said, in his ordinary voice, "Lord Commander Mormont. I am Jon Snow. I have come to ask leave of the Watch, and to offer the Watch a service, and to ask the Watch a question." A small old voice from the gatehouse, quavering but precise, "Leave is given. Service is needed. Ask your question, brother." Jon recognized the voice. He laughed, once, in the dark, and the laugh had grief and joy in it equally distributed. "Maester Aemon," he said. "Jon Targaryen Stark," said the old man, and the words came out with the weight of 70 years of waiting. "Come up. I would like to put my hands on your face before I die. Come up. The boy on the horse has been asking after you. You may want to speak to your brother before you speak to anyone else." Bran was in the maester's chamber. He was in a chair. He had been carried up the stair by Hodder, who had carried him a long way north in a long careful journey Jon had not yet had the time to ask about. Bran was thinner than Jon remembered him. Bran's eyes were the eyes of a boy and the eyes of a thing that was no longer a boy in equal measure, and the equal measure was a balance Bran had clearly worked at. Meera Reed stood at his shoulder. Maester Aemon sat at the small table with his hands folded. Jon stopped at the doorway. "Bran. Jon. You came. I came. I have been coming for a month. I came in my chair the last week. The wolves are well. Summer is on the King's Road south. He will be here in a day. You have grown. I have not. I am only thinner. Bran. Yes. I have a great deal to say to you and a great many things to ask you and not much time to do either in. I am going to sit. I am going to ask you one question. You are going to answer the question. Then we will have time, perhaps, for the rest. All right." Jon sat. He pulled the chair across from Bran's chair. He set his hands on his knees. "Tell me," he said, "what you saw." Bran looked at him a long count. Bran said, "Lyanna Stark was your mother. Rhaegar Targaryen was your father. He married her in a sept in the Riverlands before Robert's rebellion began. The marriage was witnessed by 2 of his king's guard and by a singer whose name I cannot say because the seeing of it makes my head hurt. Rhaegar fell at the Trident before you were born. Lyanna died at the Tower of Joy of childbed fever after you were born. Eddard Stark made a vow to her on her deathbed to carry you to Winterfell and raise you as his bastard, because there was a king on the throne who would have killed you if he had known what you were. Eddard kept the vow. He kept the vow for 16 years. He kept the vow until he died. He did not tell anyone who you were. He did not tell Catelyn. He did not tell Robb. He did not tell me. I learned it inside the heart tree at Winterfell, in a vision the 3-eyed crow gave me, 3 months ago. I have been carrying it since. I have been bringing it to you. I am giving it to you now because it is yours." Jon, in his chair, did not move. He had known. He had known for 6 months. He had known in the way Mance had known and in the way Tyrion had known and in the way Aemon had known, in pieces, in the slow accumulation of small evidences that did not by themselves prove the thing but together became the thing. He had not known, until Bran said it, that there had been a sept in the Riverlands. He had not known there had been Kingsguard. He had not known about the singer. He had not known that Eddard had made a vow. The vow undid him. The vow undid him in the place that had been holding most of him together for 6 months, the place that had been organized around, Eddard was my father in every way that mattered. The vow turned the place into something different. The vow turned the place into, Eddard was my father in every way that mattered because he chose to be, and the choice cost him, and the choice cost him the rest of his life, and the choice cost him, in the end, his head. He sat. He breathed in time with Qhorin, who was outside in the courtyard and was, Jon could feel, listening. After a long count he said, Bran. Yes, Jon. Thank you. You are welcome, Jon. I will not be a king tomorrow because of this. I will be a king when the realm needs me to be. I will be, what I am. I will be your brother first. I know. Bran. There is a thing on the other side of the wall. I know. It is coming. It is here. It is at the wall already. It will be at the gate by dawn. How do you know? I have been watching it through the wolves. I have been watching it for a fortnight. It is here. I came south in front of it. I came south to be inside the wall when it arrived, because it cannot pass into Castle Black without a body, and my body is one it has not been given permission to take, and I will not give it permission. It is here. Do what you have to do. Jon stood. He looked at Aemon. Aemon's hands were folded. Aemon's blind eyes were closed. Aemon's face was the face of a man who had heard the entire conversation and had decided not to insert himself into it, because he had nothing to say that could improve it. Maester. Jon. I would like to put my hands on your face also, if you will let me. He did. The old man did not weep. The old man's hands trembled in the small new way they had begun to tremble in the last year, but the old man did not weep. He said only, It is a good face, Jon. I have waited a long time to feel it. Go and do what you have to do. We will speak again before I sleep tonight, or we will not, and either way is well. Maester. Yes. I will come back. I know. The wall held until the 3rd hour after dawn. The whites came in 3 columns, one at the gate, one a half-mile to the east, one a half-mile to the west. The columns were ordered. The columns walked. They had been walking for a fortnight, in the patient slow shuffle the thing on Hardhome's pier had taught its kin, and they did not stop walking when the watch's archers opened on them from the wall, and they did not stop walking when the watch's cauldrons of pitch came down the face of the wall in long steaming arcs and broke open in the snow at the foot. They stopped walking when Verax came down on them. Verax's fire was full of him by then. Verax had been waiting for this since Hardhome. Verax burned the gate column to char in the first pass. He turned on the eastern column on his second. He came back on the western on his third. The ash on the snow at the foot of the wall, by the end of the 3rd pass, was the height of a man's knee. Sam Tarly was on the eastern parapet when the whites from the eastern column reached the foot of the wall. He had not asked to be there. He had asked, all his life, to be in a great many places that were not parapets. He had been put on the eastern parapet by Mormont, who had used the careful Lord Commander voice he used when an order was a request and a request was an order, and Sam had taken his crossbow and gone. He could not draw the crossbow well. He had practiced. He had practiced a great deal. Practice, in the matter of crossbows, had a ceiling that Sam had reached and not yet exceeded. He could load the bow. He could aim. The aim was a thing he could trust within 20 paces. The whites on the field were further than 20 paces. He shot anyway. Most of his bolts went into the snow. 2 of his bolts struck whites and did nothing, because crossbow bolts to the chests of whites did not, the books had taught him, accomplish much. Then a white came up the parapet. It came up by climbing. It came up the rough-cut ice of the wall's outer face the way a spider climbs a wall, on 4 limbs at once, head down, with a patient steady speed that did not get faster but did not get slower. Sam saw it 3 feet from the lip. Sam had time to load his crossbow. Sam did not have time to aim. He did not have time, also, to be afraid. The not being afraid was a surprise to Sam, and he noted the surprise in the small careful catalogue at the back of his head even as the white came over the lip. The white had been a man. The white had a face that had been a face. The white had on its hand a small ring that Sam, in the half-second he had, recognized, although the recognition would not come properly until afterward. He had seen the ring on a brother of the watch who had ridden out with Mormont on the Great Ranging 2 years before and not come back. The white reached for him. The white did not reach him. A hand the size of a small hand closed on the back of the white's neck. Tormund had come up the parapet behind Sam at some point in the last half-minute, and Tormund did not draw a weapon. Tormund used his hand. Tormund pulled the white backward off the parapet by the neck, and Tormund threw the white back over the lip the way a man throws a sack of grain, and Tormund clapped Sam on the shoulder in a way the free folk clapped, which was not the way a southern friend clapped. "Ground," Tormund said. "Yes. Ground is where they belong. Top of wall is where we belong. Keep it that way, Fat Sam." "I will, Tormund." "Good man." Sam reloaded the crossbow. He did not, until a long time afterward, realize that he had not been afraid. He filed the not having been afraid in the catalogue. The catalogue had grown much smaller in the last 2 years. The catalogue would not, after this morning, ever again be the size it had been. In the courtyard, Ghost, who had come south the long way, 3 days ahead of Bran, in a journey nobody had asked the wolf to make, was meeting his ice spider. The ice spider had come around the eastern end of the wall and into the cleared ground south of Castle Black at a speed that should not have been possible for a thing of its size on snow. It was the size of a small horse. It had 8 legs. The legs were ice. The body was ice. The eyes were the cold blue light. Its mouth had a kind of slow patient working motion that suggested it was, in any meaningful sense, a thing that ate. Ghost saw it first. He had been at the foot of the gate, sitting, with the patience he had developed in 3 years of waiting for things to be ready to be killed. He stood. He did not run. He walked across the cleared ground at the slow careful pace of a wolf who had decided that his enemy did not deserve a charge. The ice spider charged. Ghost led it. Ghost waited until the spider was within 3 of its 8 legs of him, and then Ghost moved. He moved the way only dire wolves move, which is not the way wolves move. He moved at twice the angular speed his body should have permitted. He went under the spider's first 3 legs. He came up under its belly. His teeth, which had grown a fraction larger than direwolf's teeth ought to grow, found the place under the ice spider's body that was not ice but was the blue-skinned thing under the ice, and Ghost did to the ice spider what Verax had done to the thing on Hardhome's pier, which is to say, he made it not be. The ice spider stopped. It collapsed, slowly, in pieces, in a way that did not have grace in it but did have finality. The eyes went out. Ghost stepped back. He sat. He put his head against the smoking remains of the ice spider's skull for the count of a breath, which was the only sentiment Ghost permitted himself, and then he stood and went back to the gate to wait for whatever came next. Then the Night King came. He came up out of a low hollow in the ice a quarter-mile north of the wall. He came up walking. He was not on a horse. He had been on a horse, the history said, in some accounts. He had not been on a horse in others. In this account, in this winter, he came on foot, and the foot was unhurried, and the foot was heading for the wall. He was carrying a spear of ice. He was wearing a crown of ice. His face was the same face the thing on Hardhome's pier had had, only larger, only colder, only older, in a way that had nothing to do with the years a face accumulates and everything to do with the long count he had been keeping. He looked up at the wall. He did not look at the wall the way a man looks at a wall. He looked at it the way a man looks at a thing he had built, a long time ago, and was now coming back to see if he could pull it down. He drew back his arm and threw the spear. The spear went up. The spear was meant for the gate. The spear was meant to crack the gate and let the ice he had been making in the hollow flow into the gap. The spear was, by every account of his powers anyone had ever read, going to hit. The spear did not hit. Qhorin did. Qhorin came down out of the cloud above the wall, where Qhorin and Jon had been waiting for the Night King to commit to a throw. Qhorin did not breathe fire. Qhorin took the spear in his right wing, it broke against the wing, and the wing broke too, a clean break. Jon felt as if it were his own arm, and Qhorin did not falter. Qhorin continued the dive. Qhorin hit the Night King in the chest at the speed of a falling mountain, and the Night King, who had not been hit by a falling mountain in 8,000 years, was carried backward by the force into the foot of the wall, and the foot of the wall, where the Night King hit it, cracked. The crack was not the crack the Night King had wanted. The crack was the wrong crack. The crack was a crack that ran upward, into the ice the wall was made of, and Jon, on Qhorin's back with the dragon's broken wing under him, twisted and looked up the crack, and saw, in the half-second he had, that the crack was a crack along a fault he recognized, a fault he had seen, 3 years ago, in a cellar, in granite, marked with a 5-pointed leaf. The wall, where the Night King hit it, cracked along an old line. Brandon the Builder's old line. The old line, Jon understood with a clarity that had nothing to do with the head and everything to do with the dragon blood, was a line built into the wall as a contingency. The line was a line that opened only when a particular kind of blood and a particular kind of fire applied to a particular kind of pressure at a particular kind of point. The builder had built 3 contingencies into his wall, the eggs, the line, and the third Jon did not know yet. The line had now been triggered. The line was opening. It opened on the Night King. The wall took him in. A great long shard of ice dropped from above and pinned him to the foot of the wall. A second shard dropped behind it. A third dropped. The shards were not random, they fell in a pattern, a 4-sided cage that sealed the Night King against the foot of his own wall and held him there. The crack stopped widening. The wall, having taken the Night King, closed the crack. The Night King, in the cage of the wall's own ice, looked out. He looked at Jon. He did not move. He could not move. The cage was a cage. The crown of ice on his head had cracked when Qhorin hit him, and the crack had run down the side of his face, and the blue light in his eyes was, for the first time in 8,000 years, smaller than it had been. Jon, on Qhorin's back, hovering at the foot of the wall, said, in his Valyrian voice, "Burn him." Qhorin was tired. Qhorin had a broken wing. Qhorin had used most of his fire on the eastern lines at Hardhome. Qhorin had enough. Qhorin breathed. The fire took the cage and the Night King and the crown and the ice-skinned face all at once, and it took them in the long patient column. It took things, and when the column went away the cage was empty. The shards of ice the wall had dropped to make the cage were still there. The cage's prisoner was not. The whites at the foot of the wall, who had been walking until the Night King fell, stopped walking. They had been getting their orders from a thing that could no longer give them. They stopped where they stood. Then, in the way of rope released from a knot, they came apart. The bodies fell. The cloth fell. The bones fell. The blue light went out of every eye on the field, all at once, like 100 lanterns blown out by the same breath. The army of the dead was over. Qhorin, with a broken wing, sat down at the foot of the wall and breathed and breathed and breathed. Jon climbed down from his back and put both his hands on the bronze plates and put his cheek against the bronze plates and said, in his ordinary voice and his Valyrian voice at once, "Friend. I am here. Rest. We are done." Qhorin made the small contented chest note. It was quieter than usual. It was contented anyway. Above them, on the wall, men of the Night's Watch, a few of them, the few who had been on the wall through the night and had had time to understand what had happened in front of them, began, in 2s and 3s and 10s, to kneel. They did not kneel to Jon. They did not kneel to the dragon. They did not kneel to the wall. They knelt because there was nothing else for a man to do at the end of an 8,000-year argument that had just been won, and the kneeling was the only honest gesture of the body that fit the moment, and the men of the watch had spent their lives being honest gesturers of the body when the moment had asked for one. Mormont, on his platform, did not kneel. Mormont, on his platform, set his hand on the rail and bowed his head once, and said, to no one and to himself and to the dawn coming up over the long broken country to the north, "I, then. I. The wall is the wall. The watch is the watch. We will count what's left tomorrow. Below, in the courtyard, Maester Aemon was sitting in his chair with the door open and his blind face turned up at a sky he could feel a different temperature in, and Bran Stark, in the chair next to him, had closed his eyes and was breathing slowly, the way Qhorin breathed, and was, in his head, in a place none of them could see, finally allowed to weep. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Marching Realm. Maester Aemon died 3 days after the long night ended. He died in the small chamber at the top of his stair. He died with Sam at his right hand and Jon at his left and Bran in the chair across from his bed, and he died at an hour he had chosen, the 3rd hour after the 3rd dawn, by the careful little hourglass on his table, by the simple expedient of refusing further water. He had chosen the time the night before. He had told Sam, in the small careful voice he had been using with Sam since the boy on the dragon had arrived at the gate, that he was going to die at the 3rd hour after the 3rd dawn, and that Sam was not to fuss. He told Jon, when Jon came in, the same thing. He told Bran, who had already known, only, I will go before tomorrow's evening. Be in the room. I would like a brother's witness. Bran had stayed in the room. Sam had stayed. Jon had stayed. In the last hour the old man's hand opened, slowly, on the blanket, and Jon set his palm against the old man's palm, and the palm was warm. Aemon said, in a voice he had been keeping for this minute, Jon. Maester. Be the first kind. I will. You have read the letter in the box. I have read it. Then there is nothing else for me to say to you on the matter of kingship. You will do it well. You will do it badly in places. You will be sorry for the badly. The sorry will keep you awake on certain nights. Welcome the awake. The kings who sleep too well are the ones who fail. The kings who do not sleep at all also fail. Find the middle. The middle is achievable. I have known 3 kings who achieved it and one of them was your great-great-grandfather, and I think you will be the second. Maester. Yes. I would like to thank you. You may thank me by surviving. Aemon's hand, in his, went slack a fraction. Tarly. Yes, Maester. Burn me. Maester. Burn me. Targaryens are burned. Do not bury me in the ice. Do not lay me in the crypts. Burn me at the foot of the wall, and let one of the dragons take the smoke. The smoke will know what to do with me. I will, Maester. Bran. Yes. Do not write me down. The histories will not need a long entry. The entry will be, he was, and he did what he could, and he was content at the end. That is enough. That is what I will write, Maester. Good. The old man closed his eyes. He smiled. The smile was a smile Jon had not known the old man had been holding, and the smile was complete, and it was the last expression of his face. Friends. He did not say anything else. He breathed for the count of 200. The count was slow. The count slowed. The count stopped. Sam wept, which Sam had been promising himself he would not do. Bran did not weep, because Bran had wept earlier and was not, in his head, in any condition to do it twice in the same week. Jon stood at the bed with the old man's hand in his and did not move for a long count. Then he leaned down and put his lips to the old man's forehead, very briefly, in the way an older brother kisses a younger one's forehead at good night, and he stood, and he went to the door, and he went out and down the long stair, and at the foot of the long stair he found Qhorin lying in the courtyard with his broken wing splinted and bandaged and the bandages already half soaked through with the smell of dragon blood that Jon had spent 3 days washing out, and Qhorin looked at him with his great eyes, and Jon said, in his Valyrian voice and his ordinary voice at once, friend. Aemon is gone. Will you take his smoke? Qhorin tipped his head, slow. He breathed once. He said, in the slow contented chest note he made when he agreed to a thing, yes. They burned the old man at the foot of the wall the next morning. The watch turned out for it. The free folk did not know who the old man had been to know, and Mance, with a delicacy Jon was learning to appreciate, kept his people inside Castle Black for the burning. The body was on a pyre of dry pine. The pyre had been built by Tormund, who had insisted on doing the building himself. Tormund had said, he was a maester. Maesters are useful. Useful old men deserve a useful pyre. I will build it. Tormund had built it. The pyre had not been touched, when it was finished, by hands of any other man. On Tormund's instruction, a pyre is a thing one man builds. 2 men makes it a ladder. Qhorin came down to the pyre. He did not light it with his fire. Qhorin's fire was for armies of the dead, and would not be wasted on a pyre for a friend. Tormund had set the pyre alight himself with a torch. Qhorin came down, instead, when the pyre was burning, and he laid his great bronze head along the edge of the burning, and the smoke that came up, and there was a great deal of smoke. The day was windless and the smoke went straight up, went into Qhorin's nostrils on the long slow breath he had practiced for 3 years, and Qhorin took the old man's smoke, and Qhorin held it, and Qhorin, when the pyre had become only ash, took off and circled the wall once at a great height, and let the smoke go out of him, slow, into a sky he had decided was a good sky for it. Jon, on the ground, watched him. He thought, in the careful inventorying part of his head, this is the first king of mine I have buried. This will not be the last. He thought, in the room behind that, I am ready for the next. They brought Robb's bones to him in the 2nd week. He had not known that was where Robb's bones were. He had not known where Robb was at all. The news of Robb's death, the bare fact of it, without details, without a place, without a date, had reached him through a raven from Sam 2 months before, and Jon had taken the news the way he had taken Eddard's, by walking on the slope and breathing in time with Ilos for an hour, and by deciding, at the end of the hour, that he had a fight in front of him and a fight behind him both, and that the grief for the one fight had to wait on the doing of the other. He had filed it. He had told himself he would unfile it after the long night. The long night was over. The bones came to him from a man Jon had not expected ever to see again, Lord Wyman Manderley of White Harbor, on a wagon, with a small honor guard of 6 soldiers and a single covered chest. Manderley had ridden through the new gift as fast as a man of his weight could ride, which was not fast, and he had stopped at the gate of Castle Black and asked, in the formal voice of a southern lord who had decided to make a gesture, to be brought before the king who came north to bring the dragons south, and the gate guard had not known what to do, and Mormont had brought the matter to Jon, and Jon had come down to the gate and had taken Manderley's hand and had asked him in. The chest was the bones. Manderley had recovered them. Manderley had recovered the bones from Walder Frey's keep, by means he would not, in the gatehouse, describe. Manderley had ridden them north to give them to Robb's brother, because, Manderley said, his mother is gone and her brother is gone and her brother's brother is gone, and there is, on the present count, only one of his blood left in the kingdoms who is in a position to put him to rest with the proper offices, and you are it, your grace. Jon had not been called your grace before. He let it go past him, he understood it, in the moment Manderley said it, as the moment Mance had told him about, the moment after which everyone around him would have decided to use a title without his permission, and the title would not be a thing he could refuse without inconveniencing the using. He let it go past him. He took Manderley's chest. He rode south the next morning to Winterfell. He did not fly. He could have flown. He had decided, in a long careful conversation with Mance and with Bran the night before, that the riding was the right thing. The riding was the right thing because Winterfell was a Stark place, and a Stark place asked for a Stark gesture, and a Stark gesture was riding into the gate on a horse with a chest of his brother's bones across the saddle. He could have come on a dragon. He had not. He had brought Qhorin, however, because Qhorin's wing was healing and Qhorin needed exercise, and Qhorin flew alongside him at a distance no one mistook for casual. Qhorin flew beside him on the King's Road south the way a hound walks beside a lord, with the obvious devotion of a thing whose presence was not a threat but was not nothing. He came up to Winterfell at dusk on the 7th day. Winterfell was on fire. It was not on fire in the catastrophic way. It was on fire in the way of a place that had been on fire some months ago and had been hastily rebuilt and was now, in places, on fire only in the figurative sense. Half its towers were stone blackened, its great hall was timbered with new pine that had not yet weathered, its stables were a quarter the size they had been. He had heard, in Sam's letters, the details. He had not seen the place since he was 15. He saw it now, in the dusk, with a column of smoke from a kitchen chimney and a pair of guards on the gate who were not Stark soldiers but Manderleys, and a banner over the keep that was, Jon noted with a small jolt under his ribs, the Stark direwolf, on the long grey field, repaired, hung up by hands that had decided that the direwolf belonged on the keep no matter what year it was. He rode through the gate. Bran met him in the courtyard. Bran had come south the long way ahead of him, by sledge, with Hodder and Mira and Jojen and Rickon, who had come out of his hiding place in the Skagosi Hills 2 months before and was now the biggest of the surviving Stark children except for Jon and was, at 8, the kind of boy who hugged hard and did not let go for a count. Rickon hugged Jon hard and did not let go for a count of 40. Jon held him. Jon's hand was on the back of his head, and the back of his head was his brother's head, and Jon, in the small careful inventorying part, understood that grief had a place to go now, that grief had a brother to be poured into, that the ache of Robb and of Eddard and of Catelyn and of the bones in the chest could be poured, in small daily measures, into Rickon's living head, and that pouring would do for Rickon what nothing else could and would do for Jon what nothing else had done in 3 years. He held him a long count. He let him go. "Come inside," Bran said. "We are putting them in the crypt at moonrise. We have a place for him next to Father." "Father? Father?" "Yes. The bones came back from the south, and we put them in the place that had been waiting for them. You have not seen the place. Come and see." Jon came and saw. He stood at his father's stone. He stood for a long count. Eddard's face, on the stone, was a southern carver's face. The carver had not known Eddard, had known a description, and the face was the wrong face. Jon had filed that. He did not need the right face to do the standing. He stood with his hand on the stone for a long count and he said, in his ordinary voice, very quietly, the things he had been saving up to say for 3 years. He said, "Father." He said, "I am sorry." He said, "I know. Bran has told me." The vow was a heavy one. You kept it. You kept it for me. You kept it past the keeping of every other thing that was yours to keep, and I will not be sorry that you kept it, I will only be sorry that the keeping cost you what it cost. I will spend the rest of my life trying to be the kind of son who deserved that vow. I will spend it, also, in the work of being the kind of king who would not, again, ask such a vow of any man. We will arrange it, you and I, that no man will need to make such a vow about a child of mine. I do not yet have a child of mine. I will. I will tell the child about you. I will tell the child, also, about Rhaegar. I will tell the child fairly, in the order the truth is owed. He stood another long count. He set Robb's chest down beside Eddard's stone. He set it carefully. He arranged the bones in the chest in the way Manderley had told him they should be arranged. He sat for a count of 50. Bran came and sat beside him, in his chair, with Rickon at his side. The 3 of them sat in the crypt at the foot of their father's stone for the count of perhaps an hour, and they did not speak much, and the silence among them was the silence of 3 boys who had all of them lost the same things and had agreed, by long habit, that loss was a thing one did not have to discuss to share. On the same evening, in his exile cell on Dragonstone, Tyrion Lannister was writing a letter. He had been on Dragonstone for 2 months. He was a guest. He was a guest in the technical sense the word had when the word was applied by Stannis Baratheon, which was, a guest who was not a prisoner but who was not free to leave. He had come to Dragonstone in a hurry, 3 days before Tywin would have killed him for the murder of Joffrey, a murder Tyrion had not, in the event, committed, though Tywin was not interested in the distinction, and he had come on a Pentoshi galley owned by Lord Varys, and he had presented himself at Stannis's gate with the only document Tyrion had been able to think of as an argument for his being kept alive. The four-sentence passage from the letter he had earlier written to Jon Snow. About the parentage of the boy who sat on the throne. Stannis had read the passage. Stannis had said, "I knew." Stannis had let him in. He had been a guest of Stannis since. He had been treated very badly in a careful southern way. The food was limited. The drink was limited. The visitors were limited. The library Tyrion had requested access to had been provided, although the books in it were mostly Targaryen histories of the kind that Stannis had not chosen to remove, and Tyrion, who had been writing letters around them and through them and on the back of them, had filled 3 notebooks in 2 months. He was writing now to Jon. The letter was on a piece of paper Stannis's man had grudgingly agreed to. The letter was not in cipher. Tyrion had decided, after long consideration, that the cipher was no longer useful. Tyrion was not, anymore, in a position to need to hide what he was writing. The letter was plain. It read, "Jon, I will come to you. I am writing this in the certain knowledge that Stannis will read it before it goes out and that he will not, if he is sensible, let it go out. I do not care. I do not care because Stannis is not, on the present count, a sensible man. He is a man whose primary motivation in any given day is a long list of grievances, and I write him, by writing you, into a calculation that he will resolve in your favor whether he intends to or not. Stannis will let this letter go because Stannis has been waiting all his life for a king he can serve who is the legitimate king, and you are the first one to have come along since the previous one, and the previous one was sufficiently bad that Stannis is in a position to recognize a better alternative. He does not yet know he has recognized it. He will know by the end of the month. He will write me a letter himself, by the end of the month, complaining that I have manipulated him into a position he will never have admitted to wanting. The letter will, even as he writes it, bend in the direction of asking me to ensure he is kept on as master of ships. The world is amusing in this way. The point of this letter is to tell you that I will come to you. I will come whether Stannis lets me come or makes me come. I will come because we have been corresponding for 3 years and you have, in 3 years, written me one of the most interesting men I have known by letter, and because I am tired of being a Lannister whose father is alive and want to be a Lannister whose father is, by the careful arrangement of inevitabilities, no longer, and because the Iron Throne is a chair my sister is sitting on and my sister is not a person who sits well in chairs of any kind, and I have decided, for personal and dynastic reasons that I will explain when we have wine, that the chair should be sat in by a man whose great-grandfather was a Targaryen, by a man whose lord hand was, in turn, a Lannister whose particular contribution to history was that he made the Iron Throne a tolerable chair to sit in. I am, I should add, a poor hand candidate by every traditional metric. I am short. I am a drunkard. I am, by my father's definitive judgment, a kinslayer in spirit if not in fact. I am not on speaking terms with my brother. I am not on speaking terms with my sister. I am on speaking terms with no one in King's Landing whose speaking terms are worth anything. Despite all of which, I am, by the metrics that matter for the management of an unmanageable city, the only hand you will be able to find. Consider me. Decide. I will come either way. Yours in such measure as a Lannister can be yours. Tyrion P.S. Daenerys Targaryen's army is in Slaver's Bay. Her ships are in Volantis. She will be 3 months in coming. I have written to her also. I have told her what I know of you. I have told her you and she should meet on the same continent. I have not told her where on the same continent. We will arrange the where. P.P.S. I should add, finally, that my father has not yet decided to have me killed in person, he is waiting for the right moment. The right moment, I think, will be the moment you arrive at the gates of King's Landing. He will use me as a coin. You should plan for this. I am. Jon read the letter 3 days later, in the great hall of Winterfell, with Bran on one side and Mance on the other and a fire in the hearth that he was not sitting close to because he did not need to be. He read it twice. He set it down. He looked at Mance. He is offering himself as my hand. He is offering himself as my hand and warning me that his father will use him as a coin. Mance. Snow. I would like a Lannister hand. I would like a hand who has been writing me letters for 3 years and has been planning this for 2 of them. I would like, also, not to lose the hand to the coin. Mance considered the fire. We will send a raven to Stannis. We will tell him we are aware of his guest. We will tell him, in our most polite voice, that his guest is to be treated as a man whose value to us is considerable and growing, and that the treatment should reflect the considerable. We will do this in the way southern lords do things. We will use 40 words where 2 would do. Stannis will read it. Stannis will accept it. Stannis will come over to our side, in the slow careful way Stannis comes over to anyone's side, by the end of the month. And Daenerys. Daenerys is the question. She has 3 dragons. She has 3 dragons. She has an army of slaves who fight for her because she freed them. She has a name that has been waiting 2 decades to come home. She has, by every account we have had of her, the hard certainty of a young woman who has decided that the throne is hers because the throne was her father's. She has not been told about you. She is going to be told about you. The telling will not go well. It will not. It may, however, go well enough. What is well enough? Well enough is that she meets you on a piece of land that is neither hers nor yours. Well enough is that she sees the dragons before she sees the rider. Well enough is that the rider, when she sees him, is the kind of man who refuses the throne for himself before he asks her to refuse it for herself, the kind of king who would prefer a queen on the throne and a king at the wall to a king on the throne and a queen alone. Well enough is, perhaps, that the 2 of you find a way to be related to each other in the way that the histories of your house have not, until now, found ways to be related. Jon, by the fire, did not answer for a long count. He thought about it. He had been thinking about Daenerys, in the small careful catalogue of his thinking, since the first time he had read her name in a letter from Tyrion. He had been thinking more about her since the long night ended. He had been thinking about her in the half-formed way a man thinks about a sister he has not met. Tyrion's letter had not changed his thinking. His thinking had a shape. The shape was still incomplete. Mance. Snow. We will fly to Dragonstone in a fortnight. We will collect Tyrion. We will not collect Stannis, but we will not anger him. We will hold him as he is, and we will use him later as the kind of master of ships that Tyrion's letter promises he can be made to be. We will fly to King's Landing after Dragonstone. We will not yet meet Daenerys. We will get the throne first, and then we will meet her, on a piece of land that is neither hers nor mine, with the throne already mine to give back to her if I decide to. You are planning to give it back to her. I am planning to consider it. I am not planning to take it as a thing that is mine. I am planning to take it as a thing that is the realm's, and the realm's instinct will tell me, if I listen, what to do with it. Mance nodded once. The nod had a small fond approval in it that Jon caught. Snow, he said. That is the kind of answer Aemon would have liked to hear. It is. Tyrion Lannister arrived at Winterfell 10 days after the Great Hall. He arrived on Oren, which was not how he had planned to arrive. He had planned to arrive in a galley up the White Knife, a slow polite arrival on a slow polite river, with the small ceremonial advantage of stepping off a ship at a wharf and walking up. He had instead been collected from Dragonstone in the most unceremonial way available. Jon had flown to Dragonstone alone, Oren's wing healed enough to bear 2, and not yet healed enough to bear a fight, and had landed in Stannis's outer bailey at dawn and had walked into Stannis's hall and had asked, with the directness Stannis privately appreciated and publicly distrusted, for his Lannister. Stannis had given him. Stannis had not been gracious. Stannis was constitutionally not gracious. Stannis had said, "Take him. He is more your problem than mine. You will, in payment for the saving of my life by taking him, refrain from burning my keep on the way out." Jon had refrained. Tyrion had walked out of the bailey behind Jon with the small steady pace he had practiced as a boy when it was important not to show that one was either tall or short, and Tyrion, at the foot of Oren's flank, had looked up the bronze and gold scales for a count of 3 and then had said, "I have, in my life, ridden a number of mounts. I will not list them. The list would be tactically embarrassing. I have not ridden one of these. Tell me where to put my legs." Jon had told him. Tyrion had ridden behind him, on the ridge of Oren's spine, with both arms around Jon's waist and his short legs gripping plates that had not, at any prior moment, been gripped by such legs. He had not been afraid. He had noted afterwards that he had not been afraid, and he had filed the noting in his catalogue of small victories. He had kept his eyes open the whole flight. He had asked, twice, technical questions about banking, and Jon had answered. He had laughed, once, when they crossed the Bay of Crabs and a fishing boat below them put up its sail in a sudden hurried way that suggested a fishing boat captain re-evaluating his entire afternoon. They had landed at Winterfell in the afternoon. Tyrion had climbed down from Oren's back without help. He had refused the offered hand. He had stood for a count of 10 with his palms on the ground while his legs remembered that they were his, and then he had stood up, and he had bowed to Oren, not to Jon, and the order of the bowing was a Tyrion detail Jon noted approvingly, and he had said, "Friend." Oren had made the small contented chest note. "He likes you," Jon said. "He has decided to like me. I am told that's important." "Is that important?" "It is." He listens. He decides. He does not unlike anyone he has decided to like. A useful trait in a friend. I have met few like it. Where is your Lord Commander? I have no Lord Commander. The Watch's Lord Commander is at Castle Black. You are speaking to a king who has not yet acquired the proper appointed officers of a king. I am about to appoint one. I would like you to be my hand. Will you ask me politely or will you use the Southern formula? I will ask you politely. I accept. You are my hand. I am your hand. May I have a glass of wine? You may have several. We are inside. They went inside. Bran had wheeled himself into the great hall to receive Tyrion personally, because Bran had been the third Stark to be carried by Hodder up a stair to receive a Lannister and had decided that the Stark side of his heritage required, in this winter, the ceremonial niceties his Targaryen side did not. Tyrion looked up at him a long count. Lord Bran. Lord Tyrion. You have grown. I have not. I am only thinner. Tyrion laughed. That, he said, is the first sentence I have heard a Stark say in 2 years that I would have written myself. We will get along. We will. Drink first. There is a great deal to do. They drank. Tyrion drank fast. Tyrion drank in the way Tyrion drank, with the slow careful watchfulness that pretended not to be watchful, and Jon, who had been around the small Lannister now for an afternoon and had been writing to him for 3 years, found that the man in person matched the man on paper to a degree he had not expected. Tyrion was the same on paper as in the body. The body had, perhaps, more weariness than the paper had ever shown, the paper had a wit the body wore lighter. The differences were small. The match was real. After the wine, they sat, Jon, Bran, Tyrion, Mance, Tormund, Sam, at the long table, and they began to plan. Far to the south, on the same evening, a queen was trying to sleep in a city that did not let her. Daenerys Targaryen was on the Great Pyramid of Meereen with the heat of the day still in the stones. She had been on the pyramid for 6 months. The city below her was, on most nights, a city she had taken. The taking had not, however, been a clean one, and the city's discontents had become, by long careful exposure to her edicts, her own. Her 3 dragons, Drogon, Rhaegal, Viserion, were not in the pyramid tonight. Drogon was hunting in the hills. Rhaegal was on a tower of the Plaza of Pride. Viserion had been chained in the catacombs in the autumn after Drogon ate a child, and Daenerys had not yet, in her head, agreed to bring him out, and the unagreed to had become a small slow weight in her chest she carried with her into every council meeting and every petition. Her hand, a Myronese man named Dario, whose handness was a courtesy and not a true office, came in with a letter. The letter was not from Westeros. The letter was from Pentos. The letter was from a Westerosi correspondent, however, named Tyrion Lannister, of whom Daenerys had read in her childhood as a small son of a lord she had been raised to consider an enemy. The letter was, Daenerys's eyes scanned it, a 4-page letter, dense with the kind of considered information her brother had never in his life produced and her people had not, for 2 decades, produced for her either. She read it twice. She set it down. She summoned no one. She sat at her balcony with the sea and the south wind and the smell of myrrh from the brazier and the slight far smell of dragon, regal, on the Plaza of Pride, had been called by her name into the wind from a mile off, and she thought, for the first time in 2 years, in the slow clear way she had been taught by Ser Barristan to think before she gave a difficult order, there is a man on a dragon in the north. The man is, by Lord Tyrion's careful reading, my nephew. He has done what I have not yet done. He has fought a thing that needed fighting, and he has won, and the winning is his. He is, by Lord Tyrion's report, planning to ride south to King's Landing in the spring. He is, by Lord Tyrion's report, prepared to put a question to me about the throne when I arrive, and to consider an answer that is not the answer my brother taught me to expect. She read the letter a 3rd time. She did not sleep that night. She sat on her balcony and she thought a great many things, and she allowed herself, for the first time in a long while, the indulgence of an uncertainty. She did not know, when she met him, what she would say to him. The not knowing was new. The not knowing was the kind of not knowing that meant a person had grown a small new room in their head. Her advisors had been telling her she was overdue for a new room, and she had not, until tonight, agreed. She summoned Ser Barristan in the morning. "We sail," she said, "in 3 months. For Dragonstone, your grace. For the Stepstones. We will pause there. We will send a raven from the Stepstones to a man on a dragon in the north. We will arrange to meet on a piece of land that is neither his nor mine. We will, when we meet, have made the arrangements that his nephew's status and my aunt's status require, and we will have reread the Targaryen marriage histories, and we will have prepared every option." "Your grace." "Yes, Barristan. There are options where he is not killed. There are." She did not turn from the balcony. "I am studying them. I will study them more before I sail. I do not yet know what answer I will give him. I will know better when I have seen his face." Ser Barristan, who had served 3 Targaryens and watched 2 of them lose themselves to questions far less complicated, bent his head once and went out, and Daenerys Targaryen, at her balcony, went on thinking, and the light over the sea came up a slow red at her right hand. 3 days later, in the great hall of Winterfell, with the northern lords assembled, Manderley, Glover, Mormont, Serwyn, Karstark, Hornwood, the new Umbers, and the old houses whose seats had survived, Jon Snow sat in his father's chair, because Bran had refused to sit in it, and Robb's bones had been laid in the crypt, and the chair was empty, and the lords had asked. He did not call himself king in the north. He let the lords do it. He listened. He watched. He let them argue for an hour. He let them argue for 2. He let Manderley speak first and Karstark speak second and the old bear's son speak third, and he let the small loud lord of Hornwood speak fourth, and he let them, as Mance had taught him, decide what kind of king they would not let him refuse to be. At the end of the 2nd hour, Lord Manderley, who had been watching Jon's face the whole time with the careful attention of a man who had crossed a kingdom to deliver bones to its rightful holder, stood and said, "Your Grace." The hall went quiet. "Your Grace," Manderley said again, and this time with more weight, "we will not ask whether your father was Eddard or Rhaegar. We do not care. We care that you are Stark by raising and Stark by the only mother you knew, and we care that you are Targaryen by the blood that woke the dragons that have stood between us and the long winter. We care that you have come south with our sons, and with the wildlings whose fathers we have fought, and with 3 living dragons on a sky we had not seen them in for 150 years. We will follow you. We will follow you to King's Landing. We will follow you, after King's Landing, anywhere you ride. We will follow you because the realm has chosen you, although the realm has not yet been told it has chosen. We will tell it. King in the North. King in the North. The hall took up the cry. The hall took it up the way halls did, in waves, lord after lord, the loud ones first and the quiet ones last, and Manderley leading them all, and Jon, in his father's chair, did not stand. He sat. He let them. He let them because Mance had told him to. He let them because Aemon had written to him in the box that listening was the king's first labor. He let them because the cry was an honest cry, and the cry was his to take up or to refuse, and he had decided, in the long count of the 7 months since the wall held, that he would take it up, but on his terms. He raised his hand at last. The hall went quiet. Lords of the North, he said, in his ordinary voice. Free folk. He looked at Mance, at the back, in the place Mance had insisted on standing, behind the lords. Brothers of the Watch. Friends. I am, by your asking, your king. I am king for as long as you ask. I will be king for as long as the asking lasts and not a day longer. My first labor as your king will be a journey south. My second labor will be a war. My third labor will be a question, which I will put to a queen with 3 dragons who will be coming home from across the narrow sea, and whose name is Daenerys Targaryen, and whose claim to the Iron Throne is older than mine and possibly more legitimate and certainly more famous, and I will let her have the throne if she agrees with me about how it is to be sat in. I will not take a throne for myself. I will take a kingdom for the realm. We will see, after the Southerners have asked themselves what kind of kingdom they want, how much of it they will give us. We will see, also, what we will do with the part they will not give. Are we agreed? We are agreed, said the hall. Then ride south with me, Jon said, in the spring. Eat well. Sleep well. Bury who you have to bury. Be patient. The South does not yet know what is coming. We will give them their summer to find out. The hall stood and roared. Jon, in his father's chair, with the smell of the new pine and the old stone around him, with Bran in his chair to one side and Rickon at his feet on the other, with Qhorin in the courtyard breathing slow patient breaths into the dusk, did not move. He sat. He let them roar. He let them roar the cry he had not asked for and would not refuse, and he thought, in his ordinary voice and his Valyrian voice at once, I am the man who must answer. He answered. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, The Choice. The army went south in the spring. It was not an army in the southern sense. It was, by Tyrion's careful count, 4 armies. The first was the Stark host, Manderley's 3,000, Mormont and Karstark and Glover and the smaller northern lords, perhaps 8,000 all told, riding in good order under direwolf banners that had not flown south of the neck in 2 years. The second was the Free Folk vanguard, 30,000 of Mance's people, mostly on foot, in long careful columns Mance had organized over winter into a discipline the southern lords had not believed Free Folk capable of and the Free Folk had not believed themselves capable of either, and yet here it was. The third was the Watch, 300 men, in black cloaks, riding under a black banner, by Mormont's grudging permission and by Jon's careful negotiation. You go south as the Watch you have always been, Jon had told them, to advise on the country you have been guarding from the inside, and to be the thing that the South cannot accuse me of having forgotten. The fourth was the dragons. The dragons did not march. The dragons flew. They flew at a great height, mostly, and Jon, on Qhorin, came down only twice in the long ride, once at the Twins, where the army did not stop and Qhorin only flew low across the keep, and the keep's walls received the small considered attention of a single careful pass of his fire that took the gatehouse and the bridge tower and nothing else, in a demonstration the precision of which Tyrion found pedagogically useful and Mance found tactically conservative, and once at Harrenhal, where Jon did not breathe fire at all, only landed Qhorin in the great melted yard for a single hour and let the keep's holders see, very clearly, who the next king of the realm would be. The keep's holders sent a raven south the same night. The raven was not the only one. Tywin Lannister received the second of the ravens 4 days later. He did not move from his desk for an hour after the reading. He had been receiving such ravens for a fortnight. Each raven was a small additional piece of confirmation that an outcome he had been planning against for 2 years had decided not to be planned against. The twins burned. Harrenhal occupied. The northern host across the Trident, in numbers his factors had warned him about and he had not believed. The free folk in the Riverlands. The dragons, plural, 3 of them, in the sky every morning at dawn over the marching army's head. He summoned his small council. He did not summon the queen. The queen had not been useful in this matter for some time and would not become useful now. He summoned Pycelle, who was old and frightened. He summoned Kevan, who had returned from the wall in the autumn with a notebook full of confirmation of every fear Tywin had not yet allowed himself to fully feel. He summoned Cersei nonetheless, in the end, because his daughter would have been a worse problem outside the room than inside it. He summoned Jaime, who had ridden into the city 3 weeks before with a face Tywin had not recognized, the face of a man who had spent 6 months in the field thinking thoughts he had not had words for in his life until he had thought them. Jaime came. Jaime sat at Tywin's right hand. Jaime did not speak. "Father," Cersei said, when she had come in and sat. "Father. We must be quiet," Tywin said. She was quiet. "There is a boy on 3 dragons coming south," Tywin said. "He is at Harrenhal. He will be in our streets in 20 days. He has, by Kevan's count, an army of 40,000 men, none of whom we can buy and most of whom we cannot kill before the dragons resolve our killing. He has, by my reading, the support of every northern lord, every Riverlands lord whose loyalty was ever in question, and the wildlings, whom I had not until yesterday been willing to count. He will not be stopped at any field we have tried to stop him at. He will arrive." Cersei said, "We can, be quiet." She was quiet, although her hands moved. "The question," Tywin said, "is what we do when he arrives. The options are 3. The first is fight him. The second is run. The third is treat with him." "Treat," Cersei said, because she could not help herself. "With," Tywin said, "a boy who has burned the gatehouse at the twins as a polite hello. With a boy who has won the long night in front of him. With a boy who has the old bear's son and Lord Manderley and the king in the north titles and 3 living dragons. With, if my information is correct, a Lannister hand, who is my son, who is your brother, and whom you may not on any account speak to without my permission. Yes. Treat. We will treat. We will treat hard. We will not get everything we ask for. We may, if we are patient and clever, get more than we have any right to. We will not get more by fighting." "Father," Jaime said, and it was the first thing Jaime had said in the room. "May I speak?" "Briefly. He will arrive with 3 dragons and a Lannister hand. He will arrive with an army that will accept no terms we offer that are not signed by him in his own hand. He will arrive in 20 days. The decisions are yours, father. I will say only, and I have not said this to you in 20 years, so I would like to say it well, I will say that the boy is, as I read the reports, not the boy you have been planning against. The boy is not Robert. The boy is not Aerys. The boy is, by every account, his father's son in the things his father was good at, and Lyanna Stark's son in the things she was good at, and I think we should not behave toward him as we have behaved toward kings of either of his houses before. I think we should behave toward him as toward a thing new in the world that has not yet decided what kind of king it will be, and that we will, by our behavior, in part decide." Tywin looked at him a long count. He looked at his son with the careful inventorying gaze of a man who had not, in 15 years, expected his son to be useful in the room he was now in, and was finding that the expectation needed revision. Tywin said. "I will keep that in mind." He turned to Pycelle. "Send a raven," he said, "to Harrenhal. Tell the boy we will receive him. Tell him we will receive him with respect. Tell him that a meeting will be arranged on the road, 3 days outside the city, on a piece of land that is neither his nor ours. Sign it in my hand. Do not sign it in the Queen's. Be quick." Pycelle was quick. They met on a plain south of God's Eye on a morning in the 3rd week of spring. There was no banner over the meeting ground. By Mance's careful arrangement, the meeting ground was no man's, an unremarkable stretch of grass between 2 stands of poplar, a spring-green field, neither parties. A pavilion had been raised in the middle of the field by neutral hands, a Pentoshi merchant company who had been paid in advance and instructed to leave before either party arrived. The pavilion had been struck again before the meeting and was now only 4 corner posts and a long table under the open sky, because Jon had insisted, in a careful note to Tywin's people, that the meeting would not be done under any roof. He came on Qhorin. He came on Qhorin alone. Ilos and Verax were a half-mile to his left and right, in the air, at a height that put them in clear sight without putting them in clear range. Tormund was on the ground 300 paces to his rear with 20 mounted free folk and instructions not to advance. Tyrion was beside him on a small horse Tyrion had not been able to dismount from for the last 2 miles without help. Mance was beside Tyrion. Bran was at Winterfell, which Bran had been unable to leave. The journey south had been judged too far, and Bran had agreed, with the small kind grief of a boy who knew that his help in this matter would have to be at distance. Tywin came on a horse. He came on a horse with his brother Kevan a pace behind him and his son Jaime a pace behind Kevan and a single small page riding the 4th horse in the party, with a folded square of parchment in his small clean hand. There was no one else. Tywin had, in the careful courtesy of his old age, brought no soldiers. He had reasoned that the dragons would render any soldiers theatrical, and Tywin Lannister did not do theatre when the opposite party had 3 living dragons in the sky. They met at the table. They did not embrace. They did not bow. They sat. Jon sat at the north end of the table, where the table's north end faced the road from the north. Tywin sat at the south end. Tyrion and Kevan sat opposite, in the middle. Mance and Jaime sat at opposite corners, Mance at Jon's right and Jaime at Tywin's left, in a balance Jon had asked for and Tywin had agreed to without comment. The page set the folded square of parchment in front of Tywin. Tywin did not open it. "Your Grace," he said. "Lord Tywin. You have ridden a long way." "I have." "Will you have wine?" "I will not. The dragons take strong objection to my drinking on the wing." "Then we will be sober." Tywin allowed the smallest possible inclination of his mouth. It was not a smile. It was the indication that a smile was conceptually available. "I have been preparing for this meeting for 2 years. I have been preparing for it badly, in places. I will tell you what I have been preparing in the order I have prepared it, and you will tell me what you have prepared in the order you have prepared it, and we will negotiate from the order prepared positions toward an end that is, I trust, a reasonable end. Are we agreed?" "We are agreed." "Begin." Jon began. He did not begin with demands. He began with the situation. He laid out the situation in the careful inventorying voice he had developed in the Frostfangs, the voice that a king used when a king did not yet trust his anger to do the negotiating. He laid out, the army at his back. The wildlings, with whom no peace would be agreed without his hand. The watch, which he had been retraining and would continue to retrain into a different kind of order than the one Tywin had inherited. The long night, which had ended, the realm's debt to the people who had ended it. He laid out his own position, the parentage Tywin already knew. The kinship to Daenerys Targaryen, who was on her way. The decision he had not yet made about the Iron Throne. The decision he had made, however, about the men who had killed Eddard Stark, and about Robb Stark's bones, and about Catelyn Stark's body in the river. He named names. He did not raise his voice when he named them. He named Joffrey, who was already dead and would not be named again. Walder Frey, who would die at Jon's order, by Jon's hand or his designates, before the next moon. Roose Bolton, the same. Jan Oslint, who had taken Eddard's head, the same. He named, with a small careful pause, Cersei Lannister, who had not given the order but whose hand had been in the events. He did not name a sentence for Cersei. He left the sentence for Tywin to name. Tywin heard the names. Tywin did not move. "I will not give you my daughter," Tywin said. "I am not asking for her. You named her. I named her in the count of those whose hands were in it. I will not ask for her death. I will ask, however, that she be set aside. I will ask that she retire to Casterly Rock. I will ask that she spend the rest of her life there. I will ask, also, that she have access to her remaining children, and that her remaining children be treated as your grandchildren and not as her sons. The difference will matter to her. I will not ask for her death. The realm has had enough deaths." Tywin held his eye a long count. "That," he said, "is more than I had prepared to be asked to give. It is less than I had prepared to ask. We have time." "We do. Continue." Jon continued. "He named, the throne. He did not name himself for the throne. He named, instead, his arrangement with the throne, that Daenerys Targaryen, when she arrived in 2 months, would be put to a question, that the question would be whether she would accept the throne with terms or without. The terms, Jon laid out, the ones he was prepared to offer, the ones he was prepared to refuse, the ones he was prepared to negotiate, were terms he had been writing in his head all winter and had spoken aloud, in the great hall of Winterfell, only to Bran and Tyrion and Mance. The terms were, the Iron Throne would remain. It was, Jon said, a useful symbol, and the realm needed its symbol. The Iron Throne would, however, be reformed in its responsibilities. It would no longer have the absolute appointive authority over the regions would, by formal compact, retain their lords, their laws, their councils, their old houses. The throne would have authority over, external threats, common defense, common coinage, common roads, common law. It would not have authority over, religion, internal succession, internal taxation beyond a fixed and defined quota, internal trade. The North, in particular, would retain the ancient rights it had enjoyed before the conquest, including the right to its own High Lord, Bran, in this generation, not Jon, and the right to refuse summons to the Southern Wars without the throne's punitive response. The wall would be reorganized into a different kind of order, an order of a kind they had been arguing about all winter. Tyrion's draft had begun to look like an institution, the Watch transformed into a service that would patrol the long northern country south of the wall, the free folk integrated into the patrol, the wall itself maintained as a monument to a war that would not, with luck, need to be fought again in this age. Jon laid the terms out. Tywin listened. Tywin, when Jon was finished, said, "You have not asked for the throne for yourself." "I have not." "You will not ask for it." "I will not." "I will let Daenerys Targaryen ask for it." "I will let her have it if she accepts the terms." "I will not have it if she does not." "And if she does not? Then we will discuss what to do with the throne. There are options. None of them include me on it. I have a wall to which I propose to return. I have a queen, the one I have not yet met, to whom I propose to give the throne. I have a country in the north that needs me more than the country in the south does. The country in the south has a great many men who would like to govern it. The country in the north has, on the present count, only me." Tywin was quiet a long count. He did, then, the thing Jon had not been expecting. He nodded once. The nod was small. The nod was, Tywin's body said, a nod. He had heard a thing he had not, in 50 years, expected to hear from any man he had been planning against. He was making the careful adjustment. "Your Grace. Lord Tywin. You have been thinking about this. For 3 winters. You have been thinking about it well. I have had good company in the thinking. I have had your son," Jon inclined his head toward Tyrion, "and your old enemy, toward Mance, and a maester who you do not know was my great-great-uncle. I have not done the thinking alone. I will not pretend it is original. I will pretend, if you like, that it is mine, in the sense that I have agreed to it, the pretending is not a lie. Tywin's mouth did the thing again. The smile availability indication. I will accept your terms. The table was quiet. Tyrion, in the middle, set his hand flat on the table, in a careful Tyrion gesture. He said nothing. He looked at his father a long count. He looked back at Jon. He looked at his father again. He looked, finally, at Jaime, at the corner, and Jaime, who had not spoken in 20 minutes, gave him the smallest nod his head was capable of, and Tyrion, in the careful inventorying way he did such things, allowed himself the smallest possible exhalation that was not a sigh and was not relief and was, in fact, the body's quiet acknowledgement that a thing his lifetime had been spent preparing for had, in the next minute, decided to come out the right way. Father, Tyrion said. Thank you. Do not thank me, Tyrion. I have not done this for you. I know. I thank you anyway. Tywin, at the south end of the table, looked at his son a long count. Then he reached across the table, a movement Tywin Lannister had not made toward his son in 20 years, and laid his hand, briefly, on his son's hand, and lifted it again, and folded both his hands in his lap, and said, in the careful voice he used when an admission was a strategy and a strategy was an admission, I have, in places, been wrong about you. I am old. I will not be wrong about you in those places again. We will not discuss it. We will work. We will, Father. Your Grace. Lord Tywin. You will have my support. You will have it on the terms you have laid out. There will, of course, be the matter of negotiation around the smaller terms. The throne does not yield such authority easily, and I will not yield it for the throne without negotiation. We will negotiate. The negotiation will be long. The negotiation will end in the place you have, I think, already foreseen. I will not pretend, for the dignity of my house, to have foreseen it as fully as you have. I will, however, agree that the foreseeing is correct. Lord Tywin. Yes. Walder Frey will die before the next moon. He will. By whose hand? By mine, your Grace. Personally. I owe him a debt. I will pay it. I will pay it in your sight, if you wish. I do not wish to see it. I wish to know it has been paid. It will be. Roose Bolton. By my son's hand. Jaime's. He has asked me for this. Jaime, at the corner, did not move. Janos Slint. By the watch. By the Lord Commander's order, which we will arrange. He is at Castle Black. He has been at Castle Black for some time. The watch has been waiting for permission to handle him. He has it. He has it. The table was quiet again. Tywin opened the folded square of parchment the page had set in front of him. He had not opened it before. The parchment was a list. Tywin's own hand. Names. He looked at it once. He folded it again. He set it, deliberately, in front of Tyrion. For the hand's records, he said. Names of men in the south who can be relied on, names of men who cannot. I will provide further such lists as the work proceeds. We will, my son and I, find a way to work together. Father. Yes. Do not say it. We will work. We will work. The table was, briefly, almost a place where men were laughing. The almost was the laugh. The almost held. After a count, Jon said, Daenerys Targaryen will land at Dragonstone in 7 weeks. She will. I will fly to meet her there. I will fly alone. I will have, at my back, the army you and I have just shaped together. She will, at her back, have her army. We will speak. We will agree, or we will not. If we agree, we will come south together. If we do not, we will agree. Tywin held his eye a long count. You are confident she will agree? I am confident she is the kind of queen who, when offered a throne with terms by a man she would otherwise have to fight on equal terms, will choose to take the throne with terms. I am confident she will be moved by Tyrion's reading of her and by Ser Barristan's reading of her and by my reading of her. I am confident, also, that her dragons will be moved by mine. Her dragons. The dragons have a politics of their own, Lord Tywin. Tywin's mouth moved. I will believe you. They rose. They did not embrace. They did not shake hands. They inclined their heads at each other, the small careful inclination of two men who had concluded a negotiation that had spared both their cities and most of their lives, and they parted. Tywin rode south with Kevan and Jaime and the page. Jon flew north with Qhorin in a long climbing turn that took him over Tywin's small party once, slow, in salute, and the old lion of the rock raised a single gloved hand in the air without looking up, and the salute was returned in the way Tywin Lannister returned salutes, by acknowledging that they had been given. The meeting on Dragonstone, 2 months later, was simpler. Daenerys was alone on the courtyard of Stannis' old keep when Qhorin came down. She had asked for it that way. She had Ser Barristan in the bailey and her unsullied at the gate and her queen's guard in the hall above, but the courtyard she had cleared, and the courtyard she had taken alone, in a green dress the colour of Stannis' island plain, with her silver hair loose, with no guard, with her own 3 dragons each on a different tower of the keep, Drogon black, regal green and bronze, Viserion cream and gold, watching the sky in a kind of restless equipoise. Qhorin came down on the 4th tower. Ilos came down on the 5th. Verax did not come. Verax had been left at Harrenhal, with Mance, on the very strict instruction that he was to come south only if Jon asked him to. Verax had agreed. Verax had been doing more agreeing in the last 6 months, as the war had wound itself down and the politics had wound up, and Verax was, presently, eating a great deal of mutton in the Riverlands and being, by the locals, regarded with a complicated mixture of horror and pride. Jon climbed down from Qhorin. He walked across the courtyard. Daenerys watched him. She did not move. Her face was the face Jon had been told about by Tyrion, and the face had, in person, a weight Tyrion had not been able to capture, a weight made of 3 years of hard carrying. She was younger than Jon had imagined, and older. She was, he saw at the first moment of seeing her, his aunt, the resemblance to a face he had never met but had, all his life, dreamed in the half-shape of his own, was unmistakable. He stopped 2 paces from her. "Aunt," he said. She did not laugh. She did not weep. She did the thing he had not expected, she smiled. It was a careful smile. It was a smile she had not given in some time. It was a smile that had decided, in the half-second between his speaking and her giving, that the smile was the right opening move. He had been told by Tyrion and by Mance and by Ser Barristan in his careful pre-meeting brief that Daenerys was a woman of strategic temperament. He had not been prepared for the temperament to be also kind. The kind was, the part of his head that worked on people noted, a kind that had been hard-earned. The kind was not soft. The kind was the kind a woman developed when she had decided that her power required, as a matter of long planning, a tone she could not afford to lose. "Nephew," she said. "Welcome to Dragonstone. Thank you for having me. The keep was my brother's. I have asked that it be cleaned. I ask that it be cleaned for you. I do not yet know whether you will sleep here tonight, but I asked anyway. It seemed a good thing to do. It was a good thing to do. Walk with me." They walked. They walked the courtyard. She did not take his arm. She did not offer hers. She walked at his pace, half a step ahead, in the way a person walks who has been a queen long enough to develop a queen's pace, and she spoke as she walked, in the slow careful voice of a woman who had been working on a speech for 2 months. "I have read your terms," she said. "Tyrion sent them. Tyrion sent them. Lord Stannis copied them. Ser Barristan reviewed them. My council debated them. I have been the only person on Dragonstone in the last 2 weeks not to debate them. I have been thinking about them. And they are good terms. They are. I will accept most of them. Most. I will not accept all. There is one I will not accept. Tell me. You will not be at the wall. Jon stopped walking. Tell me again, he said. You will not be at the wall. You will not retire north as a guardian. The north needs a guardian and the north has one, your brother, who will be a great Stark lord, and the wall is no longer the institution it was, and the institution it is becoming will be presided over, by your design, by an officer who is not a king. You are a king. The realm needs you in a king's role. I will accept the throne with terms, the terms you have laid out, the terms I have read, the terms I have refined and will give you in writing tomorrow, but I will accept them only if you agree to be a king beside me. Not as a husband. I am not asking that. I am asking, instead, that you be the king of the north in name and the protector of the realm in fact, that you and I share the rule of Westeros, with the throne in my hands and the country in yours, that we be, in the histories of our house, the first two Targaryens to rule together without trying to kill each other. We will not try to kill each other. We will be, by the careful arrangement of our temperaments, a balance. You will be the Stark king of the north. I will be the Targaryen queen on the throne. The north will retain its ancient rights, as you have written. The realm will retain its throne, as I have written. We will, between us, between Tyrion's hands and mine, build the kingdom that should have come out of the conquest and did not. Jon was quiet a long count. He had been prepared for many speeches. He had not been prepared for that one. Daenerys. Yes. I had not intended a king's life. I know. I have read every report on your intentions. I have read your face just now. I know. I am asking you to intend it anyway. I am asking, because the realm needs a king in the north as well as a queen on the throne, and because I cannot do my queening without your kinging, and because, I will say this once and not again, because I do not wish to be alone on the throne my brother died imagining for himself, and because I have spent 3 years discovering that the throne is not a chair I would like to sit in alone, and because you are the only living person in the world who could take the chair from me, and because you will not, and because I would like to spend the rest of my reign with you on the same field as me, doing the work the realm requires. Will you say yes? She had stopped walking. She had turned to him. She had not, in the speech, taken his hand. She did, now. She took his hand, briefly, in a queen's gesture of finalization. Jon looked at her. He looked at her for a count. He thought, in the careful inventorying part of his head, this is the second point. This is what Mance told me about. This is the moment after which the title will be a thing the world has decided I have given permission for. He thought, in the room behind that, I have been preparing for this. I have been preparing for it since the cellar. He thought, in the room behind that, Aemon would want me to say yes. He said, yes. She let go of his hand. She did not smile. She made the small private inclination of a queen acknowledging a victory she had not yet been certain of. She turned, again, and they walked the courtyard, and they planned, in low voices, what would happen next. Above them, on the towers, 4 dragons watched the sky. It rained when they came into King's Landing. The rain was clean. The rain had not rained on the city in a long while, and the city, by long ungenerous custom, was unprepared for cleanness. The gutters carried away the rain and a great many other things that had been in the streets longer than the rain. The crowd along the King's Road was the crowd a city always assembled when something new was coming up the road, and the something was quiet. The dragons were not, at this point, theatrical. They had been theatrical at the Twins. They were not theatrical here. Qhorin flew above the procession at a height that suggested protection, not threat. Drogon flew above the procession at the same height. Ilos and Rhaegal flew at the wings. Verax and Viserion had been left, by careful prior arrangement, on Dragonstone. Jon rode at the head of the procession on a horse. Daenerys rode at his right, on her own horse, a Dothraki silver, brought by Ser Barristan from across the sea, and she did not wear a crown. Jon did not wear a crown. The crowns, by careful arrangement, would be placed at the Iron Throne by the High Septon who would meet them at the steps of the keep, and the crowns had been forged in the second moon after the meeting at God's Eye, by a smith Tywin Lannister had selected, in a metal that was iron and gold and Valyrian steel in proportions Tywin had personally specified. Tywin met them at the steps of the keep. He was thinner than he had been at God's Eye. He was older. He was, however, on his feet, and he stood with the small careful precision of a lord hand who had been preparing for the next phase of his life with the same precision he had prepared for the last. "Your Graces. Lord Tywin. The throne is yours. I have, in the morning, ordered it cleaned. The chair is, on the present accounting, no more uncomfortable than it has historically been. I would advise sitting in it briefly today and deferring further sitting to a less ceremonial hour. We will accept the advice." They went up the steps. The throne room was full. The lords had come. The lords had been coming for weeks. They had come, as they had come at Winterfell, in their houses and in their loyalties, and they had ranked themselves along the long hall, and the hall was a hall that had not been used for a coronation in 150 years and had relearned the trick. The High Septon stood at the foot of the throne. The crowns were on a small table beside him. He set Daenerys's first. He spoke the words. Daenerys did not weep. Daenerys did not, in the 7 crowns that had crowned a Targaryen queen in the past, find an exact match for what she felt, instead, the slow careful arrival of a moment she had been planning for since she was a child and had never, until this minute, believed. He set Jon second. He did not call him king in the south. He called him, by the careful prior arrangement of the lords and the High Septon and Tyrion and Mance and Daenerys herself, the king in the north, protector of the realm. The crowd took the title up. The crowd took it up because it was the title it had been told to take up. The taking up was steady. It was not a roar. It was the small careful murmur of a city that had been through 3 kings in 5 years and had, perhaps, learned to be careful with its roars. Jon turned, after the crown, to face the hall. He did not speak. He looked at the lords. He found, in the lords, faces he knew, Manderly, beaming, Mormont, sober, Stannis, who had taken his place at the side of the hall in the small grey cloak he had insisted on wearing, Tyrion, at the foot of the throne, in the white and gold robes he had been sworn into that morning as hand. He found Tormund at the back of the hall, who had refused all attempts to dress him up and who had insisted on his free folk furs and his free folk sword and his free folk grin, and who, when he caught Jon's eye, lifted his cup of mead an inch and said, in a voice that would not, even in an attempted whisper, be small, aye, boy. Jon laughed. He had not laughed in a coronation. The lords had not laughed. The High Septon had not laughed. Daenerys, beside him, however, did. She laughed once. She laughed because Tormund was, at the back of the hall, a man whom one could not honestly meet for the first time without laughing, and because the laughter was a relief. It was the small private acknowledgement that the throne could be sat in by people who had not lost the trick of laughing, and that the realm was perhaps, by a thin margin, going to be all right. The lords laughed, after a count. The hall laughed. It became, briefly, an absurd and human moment, and the absurdity was a kindness, the moment held. On the night of the coronation, Jon flew north. He flew alone. He flew on Oren. He left Tyrion in the Tower of the Hand with his first day's work, a stack of petitions higher than he was, which Tyrion regarded with the exact pleasure of a man who had been waiting all his life to have a stack of petitions higher than him, and he left Daenerys in the queen's apartments, asleep at last, with Ser Barristan in the antechamber, and he flew north with Oren's wings beating in the slow patient rhythm Oren had developed over 5 winters. He flew over the Trident at midnight. He flew over the Twins at dawn. He flew over the Neck by midday. He came up to Winterfell in the late afternoon. Bran was in the God's Wood. He was alone. Hodder was asleep in the great hall. Mira was at the smithy. Rickon was on the ramparts. Bran was in his chair beside the heart tree, and Bran's eyes were open, and Bran was, in the way Bran was sometimes now, partly somewhere else, and as Qhorin came down outside the God's Wood and Jon walked through the small gate, Bran's eyes came back to him without surprise. Jon. Bran. You came. I came. I will not stay long. I have to be back in the south in a week. I came because I had not yet seen you in the chair. Bran smiled. Sit, he said. Jon sat. He sat on the ground beside the heart tree. He sat with his back against the heart tree's trunk, the way he had sat as a child, the way he had sat the day he had first been told he would be sent to the wall. He sat for a long count and did not speak. Bran spoke first. You did well. Did I? You did. The realm will not be perfect. There will be wars. There will be small ones, for a long while. You and Daenerys will quarrel. You will reconcile. You will, in the histories that I am going to be the one to write, be remembered as the king who came down from the wall on a dragon and sat at his queen's hand and let the realm be a realm. That is a kind history. It is the true one. I have looked at it through the heart tree. I have looked at the other histories also. They are worse. I am writing the true one because the true one is the one that happened, and because the histories should, when one has the power to write them honestly, be honest. Bran. Yes. How are you? I am well, Jon. I am not walking. I have other places to walk now. I have you. I have Rickon. I have Sansa, who is coming home in the spring. I have a country I will be the lord of, in the way father was the lord, and I am ready for the Lord ing. I am writing. I am thinking. I am, at moments, the three-eyed crow myself, and the moments are interesting. In those moments I am also father, briefly, because father is, by some small mercy of the heart tree, also a thing that did not entirely go away. I have him in those moments. Not always. Sometimes. Tell him, I will, Jon. He hears you. He is, in his own way, here. Jon was quiet a long count. Qhorin, at the small gate, lay down on the ground outside the God's Wood, and his great bronze head rested on his forearms, and his eyes closed. Ghost came up the path from the kennel and sat at Jon's feet without ceremony. Summer came up beside Bran's chair. The four of them, Jon, Bran, Qhorin, Ghost, Summer, sat in the God's Wood at Winterfell as the late afternoon light slanted through the heart tree's red leaves and made the God's Wood, for the count of a long moment, the kind of place a man could believe his life had been arranged toward. Jon. Yes, Bran. You are the man who must answer. I have answered. I, said Bran Stark, who had been waiting for this sentence longer than he had been waiting for the other sentence. You have. The answer is good. The answer will hold. Jon, with his back against the heart tree, with his hand on Ghost's head, with his great bronze listening dragon at the small gate of the God's Wood, with his brother in the chair across from him, with the realm to the south of him and the long quiet country to the north of him and the wall, in the deep distance, no longer an enemy of the world but a memory of it, closed his eyes. He breathed in time with Qhorin. He breathed in time with Ghost. He breathed, after a count, in time with Bran, whose breaths had taken on, in the last year, a slow careful glacier cadence Jon recognized. He thought, in his ordinary voice and his Valyrian voice at once and in a third voice that was neither and was, at last, his own, I am the man who answered. I will go on answering. There will be things to answer. There will be summers. There will be winters. There will be other contingencies in other ice. The world will change. The world will need answering, again. I will be there. My brother will be there. My queen will be there. My dragons will be there. We will be there. He opened his eyes. The light had shifted. The leaves had moved. The heart tree was, in the way a heart tree is, watching. He stood. He walked out of the god's wood with Ghost at his heel and Qhorin rising at the gate, and he flew south at dawn, and the kingdom, in the careful inventorying part of itself, began the slow work of being a kingdom again. Chapter 7 End.